Particularly proud of is I'm honorary treasurer and trustee of a charity called Wellbeing of Women, which raises money to fund research into women's health issues. And you'll have heard yesterday somebody mention the menopause pledge. Actually, that was something that Wellbeing of Women came up with, and that they're doing a lot more in the space of period pain and other issues that affect all women wherever they are in their life cycle. As time has progressed, and I've had, as I say, 40-odd years in business, I've realised that there have been some really common threads to the businesses which I've worked with. They've generally been large, they've generally been quite complex, with lots of things that needed to be done, but really importantly, they've been people-centric, values-led, with the appetite and ambition to do a lot more. And it's those characteristics which drew me to the Co-op group, in particular, the values. I feel really fortunate, actually, to chair a business which epitomises the things that I hold dear, and to be part of a much wider cooperative movement, which I've seen in spades over the last 24 hours, which shares and delivers the same values-based approach to doing business in service of its member owners. I'm really excited about the future and about the vision of our business and our goal to achieve the 8 million active member owners by 2030. Our intention in doing so is clear. If we significantly grow our membership over that period, it follows that we will increase the economic value that we can provide for our member owners. We must increase member engagement and participation. And if we do, the result we'll increase the social impact we can have on broader society. No other business model that I'm aware of places such focus on achieving these wider outcomes, and that's why I'm so proud and humbled to be part of the Co-op group and the wider cooperative family. At this point, I would like to recognise the great work undertaken by Shireen and all of her team over the past 2 years to put Co-op group into a much stronger financial position. As some of you will know, we have reduced our net debt levels by 90%, which is an amazing achievement. And it provided us with the opportunity and capability to support our member owners, colleagues and communities during a cost of living crisis. I know we would not have been able to do the things that we did last year had we not got rid of a lot of that debt. We've also invested many millions of pounds into those things that our member owners told us mattered the most, including our commitment to education, apprenticeships, etc. We've continued our investment in British farming, in fair trade, in free-range products. We've extended our 30% colleague discount indefinitely. And of course, we've supported thousands of local community causes. And I just want to pick up on the 30% colleague discount. Every time I go into a store, it is the one thing that our colleagues tell us about, that how important and how helpful it is to them in their daily life. But to be able to deliver on our vision and goals, we must and we will maintain the strong commercial focus that allowed us to deliver so much for our member owners last year. I do believe a strong balance sheet and a strong member owner focus can and should be mutually inclusive of one another, and I think the Co-op group is now demonstrating this. This combined strength of purpose and balance sheet is so important, because the need for cooperation and cooperative thinking is critical to our future. As we've heard a number of times, this year the modern-day cooperative movement is 180 years young, and we have that beautiful plaque from our Italian colleagues that Rose is going to cherish. And we have the opportunity together to make our presence and impact felt more strongly than ever. I'm passionate about creating better and fairer pathways and opportunities for young people. And this is one area where our cooperative way of doing things shines through. And I'm really eager to listen and learn from our young people as we enter the Young People's Forum later today. I have been struck a little bit about the political parties during the election campaign, about how they've talked about their plans for young people, whether that's been through apprenticeships, education, or perhaps even reintroducing national service. But where has the voice of young people been in all of this? And I would contrast that to the work the cooperative movement has been doing over the last few years, where we have garnered insight, we have listened to, and we've acted upon the wishes of our member owners, our members more broadly. We've had our young people's forums, etc. And it's really clear that the cooperative difference becomes clear and compelling to the young people who engage with us. Within Co-op Group, we've led the way in championing youth voice for 10 years through our Co-op Young Members Group, opening the door to member owners aged 16 to 25 to have a say and influence in the Co-ops Group strategy, the product and service development, commercial and community partnerships. I was delighted to be able to join a session with our young people earlier this year, and I will continue to do so in the coming years. We are proud to be part of the Peer Active Collective, or PAC, over £12 million programme giving young people the chance to make their communities safer and fairer places to live. The PAC influences school practices, local mental health services, violence reduction strategies, and supports more young people into employment. So together we're ensuring the young voices respond to issues that directly affect them. We're also aiming to raise £5 million for our partnership with Bernardo's, which is bringing local communities together to support the positive futures of over 750,000 young people across the UK. It's designed in consultation with more than 1,400 young people, and the 20 services which are offered respond to the local community needs. We're developing online support and shareable content with young people to reach into all communities. And finally, in partnership with our Co-op Foundation and the #IWillFund, we support the Young Game Changers Fund. It's a £4.5 million youth-led fund which provides grants of up to £20,000 directly to young people aged 10 to 25 to fund their visions for a better future. I'm sure Nick Crofts-Later, the CEO of the Co-op Foundation, will speak more of his team's amazing work later today, so I'll leave that to him. Suffice to say, I'm really impressed with everything that they do, and particularly the listening they do with young people. As many of you will know, we have our Co-op Academies Trust. Often our schools are located in areas which are beset with social and economic challenges. And prior to joining the Co-op Trust, a lot of these schools are classed as inadequate or requires improvement. But by the end of last year, 2/3 of our academies were rated good or outstanding. And indeed, yesterday I got the most recent result of another outstanding school. Since becoming chair, I've had the real pleasure of visiting Co-op Academy Bellevue, which is just about the nearest school to our office in Manchester. And I have been truly blown away by what they're offering their students, but also the role students are playing in making their school a fantastic place to be. They couldn't be more deserving, in my opinion, of their outstanding rating and true ambassadors of how, by applying cooperative values, you can effect lasting and positive change. We also continue to be inspired by our friends at Mid-Counties Co-op with their brilliant Little Pioneers nurseries. Again, I'd love to visit one of those one day if I get the opportunity. And I know Shireen has kept their work very front of mind as she works in cooperation with other leaders as part of the Royal Foundation's Business Task Force for Early Childhood. So in closing, I'd like to say, I'll share a little story, which actually was picked up by Rebecca in a recent interview I did with her. But very recently, one of my son's friends seemed to really enjoy the fact that as a member owner of the Co-op Group, I worked for him. And I was absolutely delighted that he'd made that connection. And that's what I want all of our member owners. We are here in service of our member owners. And that is something that I hold very dear to my heart. He understood the role of a cooperative and the influence that he had. And it left me even more determined to see that same realisation in all of our member owners, and in particular, our young people. It's my personal mission for them to understand everything we can do to support them and with them, and the potential that they can realise with our businesses and with our movement. I'm really heartened to see so many younger faces here with us today who are keen to show what they've done from a cooperative perspective, but also to learn. And I'm delighted to be able to join them. So in drawing myself to a close, hopefully I've achieved my objectives in that you know a little bit more about me, my reasons, my excitement, and my passion for engaging young people in what we do and stand for. Thank you to Rose and Co-ops UK for inviting me to speak today. It's been an honour and a privilege. Have a brilliant rest of the day, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie. So yesterday we heard from the newly appointed Mayor of the West Midlands, Richard Parker, and with a looming general election, it's great to see that we've already got elected lots of co-operators in amongst our devolved powers. So we've got the likes of Ollie Coppard in South Yorkshire, Tracy Brabin in West Yorkshire, and in Greater Manchester, where Co-ops UK is headquartered, we've got our very own Andy Burnham, who is usually a stalwart of Congress. But for all the reasons, Johnny wasn't able to make it to Congress, and is very similar. In fact, he's travelling today. You'll catch him on Laura Kusenberg tomorrow morning. So he did want to give us an update, though, on what he's been doing in Greater Manchester to drive the agenda forward for cooperation. So we've got a little video from Andy now.
Good afternoon, Congress. I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person with you this year, but as I'm sure you all know, I am 100% committed to cooperation, and I'm very proud recently to have been re-elected for the third time as the Labour and Co-operative Mayor for Greater Manchester. Obviously, we're in a general election campaign, and we have now on the horizon the possibility of a new government committed to cooperation and to delivering a fairer, truly levelled up society. And I hope that cooperatives can play a really big part in this. Before we go into the next session, I just thought I would update you on precisely what we've been doing here in Greater Manchester since the last Congress. Well, one thing we have done in the last year is create a new music co-op. Beyond the Music is a collaboration of major venues, grassroots venues in Manchester, combined with international music businesses, trade bodies, artists, managers, promoters, and of course the music-loving audience here in our city. They've all come together to address and affect change in what is a major export industry for the UK, but one that needs to do more to redistribute funds towards talent development, social mobility, increased diversity, and supporting grassroots infrastructure. And if you are active in this space, you can join the Beyond the Music Co-op and be part of the next event, which takes place in October 2024. Another cooperative innovation from Greater Manchester since we last met is the creation of a new platform called Our Business, which has been set up to develop the not-for-profit inclusive economy across our city region. Our Business is a cooperative, and its aim is to build, support and help the development of social enterprises, co-ops, a whole range of organisations, those in the community and charity sector, making sure that the wealth in Greater Manchester that is created is recycled into our local communities. For too long, big businesses in certain sectors have been monopolising things and letting down our residents, making them pay over the odds for the basics and then siphoning the profits out of Greater Manchester. We see that in the water industry, but also in the bus industry here, where we've become the first city region to put buses back under public control. And we've got control of the fare box now, so that when people use our buses, if there's an upside from that and proceeds, well, they get recycled into keeping fares low. But we want Our Business to take that thinking much broader into the foundational economy, into our communities, helping a whole range of not-for-profit organisations to grow and keep wealth in our communities. At last year's Congress, we spoke a lot about social care, and I found it a really inspiring session, particularly listening to those involved with the Equal Care Co-op. And this is something that we're interested in Greater Manchester, and we're still working on, and we'll report back on that soon. We've also agreed, as part of my recent mayoral election manifesto, to set up a Greater Manchester Social Care Commission. And I will put the invitation out today to anybody there who wants to be part of this commission to get in touch with us and put forward an application to be part of it. As we move into a new parliament, we really do need to find long-term fixes to social care. And I believe the cooperative movement has a huge role to play in that. More specifically, from a place-based point of view, I was really honoured to be part of the launch recently of Middleton Cooperating, which is a new co-op in North Manchester, led by my friend Callum Nolan, and it's doing great work mapping out who owns Middleton, and taking positive steps to tackle the challenges. Another of the big ideas coming out of the recent mayoral manifesto is a huge reform to technical education, the creation of an equal alternative to the university route for young people growing up in Greater Manchester. And this is what we call the Greater Manchester Baccalaureate, or the MBAC. The idea is that the same support should be available to young people who want technical or work-related qualifications or apprenticeships. And we're really excited about the work we're beginning to do with Co-operatives UK in this space on a new innovation around accommodation for young people who are taking apprenticeships or degree apprenticeships. So we've commenced a feasibility study sponsored by the Cooperative Bank to look into what we are calling halls of apprentice. And so just to say, thanks to all of my friends there in the hall, thanks for all of your support, and here's to a cooperative future under a new government.
We've been quite busy. Right, okay, so important information. If you're under the age of 30, and that's really important, you may now leave the room and go and work on some plans to bring back to us later. Let's say huge welcome. Can we have a round of applause for all the young people who made it 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning? Thank you. Give me a minute. Brilliant. I wish. Right, okay, and while because we've got a bit of a breakout, anyone who wants to come forward, particularly these couple of tables at the front, please, so that our panellists don't feel like they're talking to the back of a room. So if you can all move forward, those of you that can. I'll give you a couple of seconds to do that. Thank you. Mid-County's leading the way there, thank you. Right, okay, so sadly we were unable as well to have Dale Vince with us here today, who's been doing a lot of work on GB Energy, which ultimately will be owned by the people, and we're really hoping with cooperative supply chains, if there is a new government that's able to do that. But we will be carrying on with our great friend, again, a bit of a stalwart now of Congress. So I'd like to introduce our host for the next panel. We have the power. Our host is John Robb, if you'd like to come and sit up there. And he's joined by Michaela Cryer, Director of Unity, Eva Murray, Campaigns Officer for the Co-op Party, Shaz Rahman, Director of Community Energy Birmingham, and Dr. Vicky Dunn, Grimsby, Community Energy. Can we have a round of applause for our panel?
Okay, thanks. How's everyone feeling this morning? Yes, not too good then, yeah. So we're going to talk about power, and hopefully you'll get some power from our talking about power. So here's a panel that's doing lots of kind of varied and interesting things in the field. But the first thing I've got to do is read this little introduction. So, okay, so green industries have been one of the biggest growth areas in the cooperative sector over the past 5 years. In the UK, almost 500 energy cooperatives of households, community organisations and businesses generate, share and store renewable energy and heat. They are at the forefront of combining small-scale and micro-renewable deployment with other decarbonisation measures and behavioural change. Crucially, these businesses are great at creating local jobs and business opportunities from their activity. And that's kind of the key theme we'll be talking about today as well. Not only is it we can create power, our own power, in our own country with all the horrible wind and rain that we get all the time. And it's a nice idea, but it's actually a good business thing as well. And it's something that the people can do. We don't have to wait for the big multinationals to rob us all the time. An increasing number also provides services for the retrofitting of homes and premises. Crucially, these businesses are great at creating local jobs and business opportunities from their activity. The local economic benefit from community energy generation is estimated to be 34 times greater than other private renewable deployment. Well, the number of cooperatives in green industries has grown by 20% in 5 years. The number of cooperative jobs in the same industries has grown by 80%. In this session, we explore some of these examples of fantastic work already taking place, that's in the panel here, where communities have already wrestled power back through ownership of renewables like wind and solar energy generation. But what is the potential of community energy growth? What are the added benefits cooperatives and their members can bring to amplify the positive impacts on climate sustainability? So now we'll switch to the panel. So actually, first thing to do is get the panel to introduce themselves and what they all do and where they're from, so starting at that end.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vicky Dunn. I'm from Grimsby Community Energy up in Lincolnshire on the East Coast. We started in 2016, just the three of us, the founder members of our Community Benefit Society. We quickly got some projects on the go, so we had about 100 kilowatts of solar on 5 roofs, rolled forward with various amounts of funding support, student placements, and a lot of effort from a growing team and a growing number of members. We've gone from 3 to 100 now, and we've got 530 odd kilowatts across 10 roofs. So we've got bigger with our systems, bigger with the savings we make, and we've also got some funding to look at feasibility for onshore wind, which would be another step change in our growth. So everything you mentioned we're attempting to do in Grimsby.
I mean, what was the starting point for you? I mean, was it just one of these kind of overnight things, I've just got to get on with this, or was it a slow process?
Not at all. First pay packet I got, which is maybe about 25 years ago or so now, something come in my inbox, you know how these things do, and it was one of the early community-owned wind farms, and I thought, oh, that's cool, and I should probably start saving now I've got some money, so I put some money into that. So right from the early days, I'd watched other community energy co-ops and what they were doing, and seen it. Then I was working on a business support project, and the other two founder members of GCE were just getting started, and they'd not, it's true, they'd not thought about cooperative approaches at all, but the pieces came into place, and I'm like, I know how we do this. I've sort of seen it, it all fits. So they're in 2016. Myself and the elderly posh chap who's on lots of committees, and the guy who works for the fishing industry. I'm from Grimsby, I'll mention fish, I will. And there we were, the 3 founder members starting to raise money for our first solar installations.
We were just talking about this a minute ago. I mean, in some ways it's easier or more difficult to do in a big city where there's more connections and that. I mean, Grimsby, very much out on a limb. Was there like a community of people that could actually help you get this set up in the first place? Or was it just your drive? Or was it working in a cooperative kind of structure very advantageous to what you're doing?
I think the community structures there are as strong as anywhere, in that, you know, people are on committees, they do work, they develop projects. But in terms of needing the specific technical support to do what we were doing and learning on the job and going on training days and things, Cooperatives UK with the support to get set up, and Community Energy England with the support to understand what we're doing in the sector, and the training from our peers was absolutely invaluable. So the national network in there was really, really important.
Okay, Shaz?
Oh yes, my name's Shaz. I'm from Community Energy Birmingham. And Community Energy Birmingham started about 15 years ago, just under. And what it did initially was it got a grant from a big energy company to put a solar panel on a community building in Borsall Heath, a suburb of Birmingham, that some of you may know. Now, a couple of years after that, we looked at putting a wind turbine up at the Licky Hills, which is right on the edge of the city. And we spent about a year trying to make this work. And we're going to rely on forecasts from the Met for the wind speeds, but we didn't trust them, so we went and did our own wind speed testing, and it turns out it was half of what the Met were reporting. So we abandoned that idea, which was very sad for us, because that was a year of work we wasted. But what we went to from there was we went and did a community share offer for solar power we've had 3 separate community share offers for 3 different sites. One in Moseley, which is quite near the Borsal Heath installation, one in Ackers, which is a ski centre in East Birmingham, and one at a football stadium in Castlevale, which is North East Birmingham. And all of those were paid for by members of Community Energy Birmingham investing in the project. And then once we installed the solar panels, we then received the feed-in tariff from the government, which made those projects viable. And we also sold some of the electricity that was used by the local groups at a much lower rate than would be available in the market. For example, those groups are still paying 8 pence a kilowatt hour. And if you compare that to what you're paying for your own electricity at home, you'll see there's a massive difference. And they're paying that for 25 years. So from their point of view, there's a massive benefit there. So we did those 3 projects. And then the feed-in tariff got cancelled, and we had a massive existential crisis. And we sat around being really sad for 2 years because we were all volunteers, and none of us are being paid. And community share offers are a lot of work. They were worthwhile, but that model then stopped. So we stopped being sad, and in the last year, we've got some external funding to launch a home energy advice service. And that home energy advice service is basically focused on the able-to-pay market, because there's been a lot of work on fuel poverty, a lot of work on deprivation in energy efficiency, but there's been very little in the able-to-pay market. There's been 2 attempts in the last 10 years from the government, the Green Homes Grant and the Green Deal, and they both failed miserably. So we've got a bit of funding to do some home energy surveys in Birmingham. So if anyone lives in Birmingham and wants a free survey, come and talk to me.
I mean, where did your interest in this start? Is this something you've always been interested in?
So I was interested in co-ops first. So I did some campaigning at university for groups like Oxfam. And then when I left university, I got a job for a big energy company called E.ON, which you may have heard of. And because I felt bad about working for a big corporation, because I was a bit of a hippie, I then looked for what was around. And I found Birmingham Friends of the Earth, which is an environmental campaigning group which owns a building which is 10 minutes away, which we're having a social at afterwards, so we might see a leaflet on there for that. And when I joined Birmingham Friends of the Earth, I learned what co-ops were, and I learned about the co-op model. And about a year later, somebody I knew from Community Energy Birmingham reached out to me and said, well, you like cooperatives, you like energy because you work in it. And so then I went and observed a few meetings, learned about the wind turbine plan, and then joined. So I already had an interest in energy, and I already had an interest in cooperatives, and Community Energy Birmingham was a great way to bring those 2 together.
I mean, what's the advantage of working within a cooperative kind of framework for what you're trying to do?
Oh, you have the buy-in from your members, because they literally have to pay you £1 and sign up. So the key advantage from our point of view is that everybody who invested wanted it to happen. Like, they have to make a conscious decision to sign up, otherwise they wouldn't. So from our point of view as a cooperative is that democratic control, 1 member, 1 vote, means that no one person can invest £50,000 and they get all of the say, which happens in a PLC. So everybody who signs up to Community Energy Birmingham accepts that they have as much power as the other 80 members.
Do you think this is a realistic future model? Or do you think the big PLCs will always dominate the market? Or do you think we're at a very interesting point of history where this could actually flip over and, you know, the good guys might actually win for once?
Yeah, so I have to be a bit careful because I do still work for the big PLC. but there's an absolutely massive scope for community energy to grow. I mean, and there'll be other examples here as well. And we're going to talk about the government later. But even what I'm working in at the moment with Community Energy Birmingham, like 5 years ago, there was very little funding around for community energy projects. And now, even without the government plans, which we'll talk about later, we've been able to secure, in a consortium, about £500,000 between 10 organisations to deliver a home energy advice service. Those kind of things are coming in, partly because people have a greater understanding what community energy is, and partly because of the energy crisis. So we were very reliant on imported Russian gas, which was very, very cheap until COVID and the crisis of 2 years ago. So we were, the wholesale gas price meant that energy bills were about £1,000 in 2019. They're nearly double that still, maybe a bit lower than that. And so the focus of energy security, as well as how democratic structures can make the energy system better is now 20 times, 30 times what it was when I started, say, 12 years ago.
So working with the renewables, working in cooperatives, etc., it's not just practical, it's also good business sense.
Absolutely, yeah. So the price of renewables has dramatically dropped. So the price to install a solar panel on your house, say when Community Energy Birmingham started, a 4 kilowatt array may have cost £8,000, £9,000, £10,000. That same array now costs £4,000. And if you put a battery on that, which makes it easier to use, that then maybe £6,000 or £7,000. And that's just individual households. If you scale it up to businesses or community energy cooperatives, whilst the feed-in tariff model has gone, and means that the smaller scale model doesn't work anymore, commercially, what does work now is just basically more solar panels. So before our feed-in tariff installs were basically 10 kilowatt systems across 3 sites, so that's 30 kilowatts in total. For that model to work now, without any subsidy, no subsidy whatsoever, if you triple that capacity, you can then do it without any subsidy. But that involves finding bigger roofs. So you need bigger community centres or you need small businesses. And so that model, which was like searching for the scraps 10 years ago, is now front and centre. Lots of very mainstream players now want to move into this space because they know it's also good business.
Okay, so talking of things that don't work properly, you got here just in time because the train didn't work properly this morning, did you? Yeah, we can't fix the trains as well. So talk about what you're working on.
Yeah, so I'm Eva Murray. I'm the campaigns officer at the Cooperative Party. I've been there since August last year. And Co-op Party has had a long-standing priority campaign of community energy and trying to get access to that increase, trying to share good practice, share the blueprints of how it's working across the country. And it's been the last year or so has just been a total learning curve for me, learning more about the different models, how it can work and how we can better invest in that. And again, a huge part of the work I've been doing is sharing that best practice, giving a platform to the many projects that are around the country who are excelling just now, a number on the panel today. But again, it is around that long-term plan and how we create that long-term plan for community energy and create that transformative change, not just to the energy sector, which we spoke about just now. For too long we were reliant on energy owned abroad and not with the priorities of the community in mind. So we have to absolutely focus on that, but also transformative change for communities, having more say on where any profits are spent and what they're spent on and the decision-making process. Again, one of the things that I've been doing as a campaigns officer is how we can use, at the cooperative parties, how we can use our supporters, our members and elected members to share that message. How do we get them involved? How do we actually create an effective campaign to educate people, which is, I know we'll potentially go on to talk about a bit more, but a big part of, I think, community energy is around the education side of it. A lot of people don't really know what we're talking about when we talk about community energy. I think if you don't have a community energy project or initiative in your local area, or you don't have a genuine, an interest in it out with that, you probably don't see the benefits of it, or it's very much a buzzword. So a bit of the work that we do is trying to take to that outreach work with our members and supporters. So we have things called Co-op Lives, which a number of people may already know about. It's often up just now, it's not weekly. We have weekly online meetings with experts and elected members or people who are doing good work, and we focus a number of times on community energy. Michaela was actually on one of our most recent ones. We also have, and I think one of the things as a campaigns officer when I got this job was we have to have a set of asks or a set of tasks that anyone who's just joining can get involved in, but also people who want to take the next steps and actually getting involved in community energy. So it can be from writing to your local councillor or local MP about why they should be doing more, why this actually matters, and where it's creating change elsewhere, but also signing petitions or actually directing people to community energy projects that are already working. And that's the kind of campaign side of it. But with another hat on, I'm a Glasgow City Councillor, I'm a Labour and Co-op Councillor in Glasgow, and so I've seen it from the other side with Glasgow Community Energy trying to battle their way through the the rules and regulations currently in place in a lot of local authorities around the country, trying to get trying to get the opportunity to get a project off the ground. Glasgow Community Energy had a huge share offer. They got huge buy-in. During COVID, they continued that work and they managed to put solar panels on 2 primary schools in the city. And as a city councillor, I've been trying to work with other parties and work with other councillors to see how we can expand that work and make it easier for cooperatives and community energy projects to get more of those opportunities instead of going maybe what some might see as the safer option. But yeah, I'm a Labour and Co-op councillor, but also campaigns office at Co-op Party. And yeah, I think it's a really exciting space that we're in just now. And yeah, I think that the only way is up for community energy, and I'm sure we'll have more discussion about that.
Do you think one of the key roles, I think what you're saying in there, is that lack of information, that people don't realise they can actually get involved in this and even run their own power, which power to the people, literally, isn't it?
I think there's definitely part of that. I think that if you were to talk about a community energy project or a community energy company, it can be quite daunting for someone to be like, oh, how do I get involved in this? But also this is a big thing to take on. But actually we know, and we'll hear from today, there are different versions of community energy that work for different people. There's different ways people can get involved in. It's not just a case of one person. We already talked about a community being there to kind of support that work. But yeah, I think education's a huge part of the work that we need to do, and I think as a political party, it's something that we've tried to prioritise and try and get that information out there. We're very lucky in the Cooperative Party. We have very active members and supporters who want to do things and get involved. A number of them are already involved in the community energy projects. So that's why I said at the start, a big part of that is showcasing the blueprints and how it can be done, the different models of community energy too. Because what works in Glasgow might not work in a small town in England or Wales. So I think it's about us harnessing that and showing how it can work. But education's been huge for us in trying to get that message out there.
You said before at the beginning there's certain models that you didn't know about or were quite interesting. What were those models?
I think just the different scales of the models. The ones that we've been working with most recently have been kind of solar panel models and things like that. And I guess it's different scales of it. Some of our huge projects with a lot of buy-in, and then you talk about Glasgow Community Energy, which started with just 2 projects and 2 primary schools in the city. So I think it's just learning about the different scales of that as well.
So it's not a one-size-fits-all.
No, I think that's
There's a lot of variation of projects people could take on to make things happen.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, one of the eye-openers for me was, learn about different scales and different versions that people can kind of take on, and the way you can buy in and the different models and all that.
Which is nice to reflect on this panel, actually. Brings us to Michaela. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. So explain what you do. What's your project?
Yes, we're a little bit different because we're not a community energy organisation, but we exist to absolutely support the sector. So Unity is a joint venture between Mid-Counties Co-operative and Octopus Energy, and what we do is we try and listen to what are the challenges to growth in community energy and how can we help find a solution. So the core activity that we do is we work with like Grimsby. Grimsby have got a fabulous rooftop solar project on a YMCA building, so we will buy that energy from Grimsby, which gives Grimsby then a route to market, gives them kind of financial viability. So through that, we purchase power from over 270 groups up and down the country, which equates now to about a third of the sector. So we're really proud of that. But what that means is we get to speak to groups at various stages of their life cycle. So as Eva mentioned, we speak to some groups that have maybe done one project on a school rooftop versus, the really large groups that have got 30 full-time employees, 20 odd projects, so the breadth and depth. Again, listening to what are the challenges, finance always comes up. So we launched a construction fund, a pot of 1.5 million to help groups. We also offer grant funding because, free money is always a good thing for these groups, absolutely. And then another challenge we listen to, and Shaz really touched upon it, is resource. It's a volunteer-led sector. It's 70% led by volunteers, and the real challenge is groups, need more resource, but time and time again, people would say, but we don't want a handhold, we haven't got time, you know, I do this in the evening, I haven't got time to hold people's hands. Versus you may speak on a panel like this, someone in the room might think, oh, I love the sound of community energy, how do I get involved? And it can be really difficult finding groups that are active, looking for resource. So we launched Community Energy Connect, which aims to do as it says, connect. If groups need a bit of, I don't know, help with financial planning or PR, they can go and say this is their requirement, and then individuals can go on and say I've got a few hours spare. And what we're really trying to do is, you know, as Eva mentioned, the profile of community energy really needs to increase. I mean, it's kind of one of the best kept secrets. So I worked in energy for 15 years before I heard about it, which is very frustrating. So we're speaking to professional organisations, engineering firms, lawyers, etc., and saying, actually, you've got all these volunteering hours that you do. Could you put some of that pro bono work into helping community energy organisations? So that's what we're trying to do through the Connect platform. But as well as that, you know, we listen, as I say, to the challenges, and they're kind of focused on existing groups, you know, finance, resource. When actually, to Eva's point about the profile of community energy, we've recently realised, well, actually, it's the concept and vision. If you don't know community energy exists, that is the barrier to entry. So we're looking at actually at Birmingham as a bit of a focus of how can we help community energy thrive in an urban setting. So in London, you've got Community Energy London, an umbrella organisation. Underneath it, there's 30 community energy groups. Because obviously it's a very large city, not one group can do it all. And with there being so many, the social impact is tremendous. So some good examples, you've got Chelsea in South East London, they're in Greenwich and Lewisham. As well as having 11 rooftop solar arrays, they've also helped 4,000 people with energy efficiency and advice, exactly what Shaz mentioned. And then when you look at the city of Birmingham, it's got the highest levels of fuel poverty in the country. I think it's close to like 23%. So
why is that?
Well, that's 1 in 4. Why is it so high? I think because, you know, economics, the price of electricity has gone so high, and that's why we're really passionate about the social impact of community energy. Because yes, we need more renewables. Yes, we want them to be community owned. But the wonderful thing about community energy is the surplus. Any profits can go back to that community. 70% of community expenditure from a community benefit fund is spent locally. So if we can help an area like Birmingham really kind of transform and get more community energy projects, then in turn, that social impact on the ground, energy advice, can really help those areas that need it most.
I mean, what's the vision in the future? Is it a patchwork, you know, ideal vision in the future? Is it a patchwork of all these sort of independent organisations somehow working within an umbrella? Is it an umbrella kind of organisation?
I think umbrellas that really, really do help. And then they can streamline the voice, they can speak with government, local authorities. But what we're hoping to do in Birmingham is, for all the reasons, you know, Shaz mentioned as well, it's that resource issue. So we're hoping to actually, as Unity, we're speaking with corporates, because we also think at the moment with, you know, councils going bankrupt, you can't really rely on local authorities at the moment because of everything that's going on. So we are, as Unity, we're speaking to corporations in the city of Birmingham and basically saying, have you heard of community energy? This is what it is. This is why it's wonderful. Could we install some solar on your rooftop? We do the hard work, we do the installation, we do the feasibility studies. And when it's all ready, we will then sell that on to a newly formed community energy group. Hopefully kind of raise awareness in the city and then kickstart it. And hopefully the surrounding conurbations will kind of hear about it and hopefully be inspired to create their own projects.
And what's the reaction to that? Do some people go, yeah, brilliant, let's go and do it? And some places, some cities you speak to go, I don't really get what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I think what's been really interesting, and we held a focus group with our community energy partners last year, and one of the themes that kept coming up actually was professionalism, because I think when you go into a big corporate, if you're a community energy organisation, sometimes it can have the connotation, oh, you know, they'll just do the community centre, they don't, you know, kind of volunteer-led, actually would it be safer going with, you know, a private developer? Whereas I think we've probably had the luxury of being, you know, part of Octopus Energy, being part of mid-counties, and then being able to say, look, we can speak of what the sector's doing. There's over 500 organisations. You know, they spend over £1 million a year in community benefit fund. It's real, it's happening. We can share the examples of the big groups like Bath and West, Bristol, of what can be done. So then we'll be going with that angle and then help them say, well, this is what it could look like. And if you're a company that's interested in not just and this isn't just cooperatives, it's PLCs. If you've got strong CSR credentials and you care, it's kind of what's not to like, but they just haven't heard of it, and that's what we're trying to do.
So at the moment, there's an information gap, really. This is, between what you're trying to do and what they understand of what you're trying to do.
Yeah, exactly. So in the middle of Community Energy Fortnight, we're actually going to be in the centre of Birmingham just for a whole day session, just doing like lunch and learns for professionals in the city. With the end game is just to raise awareness. That's it. And I think what's also really helping us is being part of mid-counties and showcasing that these sorts of bodies can install rooftop installations. So run by the inspiring Pete Westall, he's done a project with Big Solar Co-op across mid-counties for 27 rooftops to have installation by a community energy group rather than just going to a private developer to do 27 projects. So for us to go and say to these organisations, look, this is happening, this is real, this is a great example, again, I think gives them the confidence of, oh, why not, let's do it.
Again, I mean, literally empowering people to actually take their lives into their own hands, really.
Yes.
You know, not wait for somebody else to go and do it, but you can actually do it yourself.
Yes,
can't you?
absolutely.
Yeah, which is such a powerful message. So the challenges to this, I mean, this is quite an interesting period now, isn't it? Because it looks like Labour will probably win the election, hopefully. And so for you, that's all the people here, that's potentially going to make some differences, potentially going to make some changes. But what kind of things would you like to see change, and what sort of challenges do you have at the moment which make what you're doing more difficult than it should be?
I think our big challenge at the moment, and Shaz and other community energy groups may have a different perspective, our big challenge is raising the money for our current share offer. So we've always done okay, we've always delivered on our share offers, but inevitably as you keep sort of trying to do more and more, you'll hit against something with a bump. And if there were more ways to get large blocks of investment there so that we can say, look, dear people of Grimsby and surrounds, if you invest in this, we can also access this 50, 100,000 of matched investment from some fund, which we have benefited from Co-operatives Finance and from Co-ops UK and from some other funds. If we could have those bigger blocks of investment, then we can continue growing. So from our perspective, sort of being in the middle of our 5th community share offer, that's what we would like. Also, grid connections. I hear from other organisations that it takes ages to get grid connections, which we have experienced, but also they may be told, well, you can connect, but you'll need to pay us a 6-figure sum for some more for some more infrastructure to make that connection, and that kills the project. And that is a real barrier to more installation of more renewable energy. So sorting out the local grid connections would be an important issue, and not least because the other issue, onshore wind, we hope it can come back because, as we were saying outside, it is the cheapest of the renewables and easier to deploy than offshore, although I would say offshore wind's great because, again, I'm from Grimsby.
So a lot of people don't know this. You can't actually build new windmills on land at the moment, can
That
you?
has been the case through the present period, yes.
Which is pretty ridiculous, isn't it?
Well, we would want to, because it's another step change in our growth. It's a step change in the size of everything we can do, the Community Benefit Fund, and that, I guess, would be the same for many other organisations, and that barrier removed. So 3 barriers: funding, grid connections, wind.
Yeah, so I mean, that's interesting to say that, because I think it's not, I mean, financial is the main thing, and that's the obstacle to everybody getting anything done, but it's not the only thing, is it? So there are practical changes that need to be made, hopefully in the next few months or whatever, like to change actually the infrastructure and the way things are done as well.
I can't comment on that too much because we've not had problems with the planning system or grid connections so much, but yes, I know other groups have, so I think they would ask for that.
Mm-hmm. And Shaz, what would you like to see getting changed? You know,
well, just a quick point on the grid connection issue. So the reason why they want you to pay 6 figures is basically because they don't want to invest the money themselves. They know the grid needs upgrading anyway, irrespective of what you're doing, but if they can get somebody else to pay for it, that's what they're always going to try. But I'm going to focus on something else. So it's a relationship building. So, for example, we live in Birmingham, biggest local authority in Europe. For 12 years, we've been trying to get a relationship with the local authority, Birmingham City Council. We've had 1 meeting with them in 12 years on Zoom, and the cabinet member nodded along very nicely, said, "Oh, that's an interesting idea," and we never got any further with that relationship. We tried many different ways through different regimes of the council and got nowhere. And
Why is that? Is that because they don't really understand the concept, or it's just so vast it just switches them off? Or what?
So I can only obviously speculate because I'm not part of the council, but it's partly, and this is through various workings of the council, is that they've got a way they've been working for a long time and they're scared of trying new ideas because there's a risk there and it can go wrong, and if it goes wrong then there's lots of knock-on effects it can have. And also the council is just very, very underfunded. From 2010 to now, it's about, I think 60% of their funding in real terms of what they would have had 14 years ago is what they have now. And so the staff numbers are maybe a third in some places in the council. And so even if you do find somebody who's quite keen on the idea and you can talk to them, because we can talk to people individually, but we can't talk to the gatekeepers, shall we say. They go, well, that's a really good idea, but I'm actually working on 17 other things trying to save my job. And so I like your idea, but we can't do anything with it. And so one of the key things from us, and I'm sure the others will agree, is that when we have the change of government, we had Jonathan Reynolds on his screen yesterday saying that he's basically going to be a co-op business secretary, and the current government is neutral to co-ops but doesn't really care about them in a pro or negative sense. They kind of know they exist but won't promote them, whereas a Labour government, a Labour cooperative government, hopefully will see the value of the sector and pump a lot more resources. We had Richard Parker here yesterday, who's the new mayor for the West Midlands Combined Authority, talking about creative co-ops, and so he understands the value of co-ops. And so the biggest thing from our point of view is that those relationships will be there with people who actually want to work with us rather than having to work against other people to try and get one voice in amongst 100 voices.
So when you speak to, say, like the council, it's not purely financial, is it? Or is it financial? You just want their financial backing, or do you want space to actually do stuff as well?
Part of it is financial, but part of it is that because they're the biggest employer, for example, in the city, is that they have so much leverage and they can introduce it to suppliers, they can open a door with local businesses, that whilst the money would be helpful, it will be just as helpful, for example, for them to, say, allocate an officer for half a day a week to work with us together. So Michaela touched upon it earlier, really well earlier, is that it's the resource part of it. So the finance is obviously a key component, but we do have a group of very skilled volunteers who have the knowledge and the understanding of how to do it, but we massively lack the resource. And so even if we could get a half a day a week with a council officer and we could identify sites together that the council could put on their own roofs, that would make life a lot easier. And we sort of do it through the Big Solar Co-op in a different entity, but if we could do it through the local council who own hundreds if not thousands of buildings, maybe half of them could be suitable for solar. And so we think, obviously very biased, that we could be helping the council do the stuff that they should be doing anyway. And that's the most frustrating part, is that there are loads of council buildings around that could have solar and don't. And obviously we couldn't be the only partner to help deliver that. We could be part of 10 organisations who do slightly different things to help the council put loads of solar on their buildings. So
you're thinking, hopefully, with a potential change of government, this could actually change?
On a local basis, it'll be more through the West Midlands Combined Authority. So the West Midlands Combined Authority has a remit all across the West Midlands. And so whilst the council still has the funding concern, still has the bankruptcy, the Section 114 to deal with, if we can get a relationship with the West Midlands Combined Authority, they're not the overlapping in terms they don't have authority over the council per se, but they do have their own strategy, and our strategy with Richard Parker, the new Labour mayor, hopefully will involve a lot more community energy than it currently does.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so with the co-op party, etc., I mean, these are challenges that people are facing. I mean, can you actually help answer those challenges, or what challenges do you find as well working in your space?
Yeah, and I think the relationship building point is just really important, because when we got this kind of briefing out and there was going to be a question around this, my mind kind of went to my hope for any future Labour and cooperative government would be for that space to listen to the sector and actually understand what the priorities are, because I think we understand, or we know, that this isn't going to be an overnight fix, and I think there's expectation management in that. I don't think we would want it to be an overnight fix, because that would show to me that it could well be undone overnight too. But as a start, I would hope that any future, any change of government would be a government who at least understands and appreciates locally produced and community-owned energy. And you said we heard from Johnny Reynolds yesterday on the screen. You had Jim McMahon here and Joe Fortune. Two out of three of them are co-operators who will hopefully be a part of that future government, who are putting cooperative values into practice every day and trying to push for those ideas. I think for the last few months, the Cooperative Party have been working with the Labour Party to try and get some of these commitments into the manifesto. Last week we saw that kind of launched, the plans, or a bit more plan for the local power plan, GB Energy, 1 million new owners, 3 billion invested into the sector in the next Parliament. I can't remember the figure off the top of the head, but I think it's like 300 million that's actually dedicated to community energy, and actually partnering with local companies and cooperatives, and also the overarching kind of commitment from the recent manifesto on doubling the co-op sector. We have for over a decade now a government who has not respected cooperatives, who doesn't really have any interest in it. Any kind of money that is set aside for those kind of projects has been ad hoc or time limited and just kind of forgotten about for a headline. I genuinely believe that this change of government that we will hopefully see in less than a month's time will have, like I say, cooperators at the heart of it who will continue to push for these. But I think the challenges for that, and the challenges for us as a cooperative party, is the expectation management. We know that there's a lot of work to do. We know the priorities for us as a co-op movement, and one of them is absolutely community energy and building access to that, or ensuring there's more access to that, more owners across the country, and how GB Energy links into that. But it's expectation management, because like I say, this is a long-term project, and I would want it to be a long-term project, because if it wasn't, I think it would show that we're not taking this seriously enough.
So, Michaela, you touched on some of these problems before and the challenges, yes. But I mean, what kind of solutions would you like to see if Labour get in, or in the next few years?
Yes, well, at the moment there was actually a consultation for a call to evidence at the end of June for groups to put forward what their barriers are. But I think how we see it is, with the local power plan hopefully coming into play, that money coming in will really help the existing groups. And there's some really big groups that have amazing projects, like Ripple, Bristol, Bath and West, that will really help raise the profile. So I think that's going to really help. And then secondly, the other challenge of resources. Yes, it is a challenge, but I've never seen people so kind of interested in community energy. Where's their energy from? Yes, we need more renewables, and yes, we want to be empowered. And eco-anxiety is on the rise, and the beauty of community energy means you can get involved, you can take action, and you can make things really happen in your area. So I guess it's more of a call to action, really. We've heard some wonderful examples, and it's, in your community, you can do this yourselves. And through our platform, Community Energy Connect, recently, a few weeks ago, a fabulous person joined called Sarah. She's got loads of legal experience. She wanted to join a group in North London, in Barnet. There wasn't a group there, so she's now found some other people, and we've helped her create a brand new group. And yes, it's not going to happen overnight, but you can do this right now, and you can form your own group or join. So I think just join the movement, and it's only going to grow.
I really like that message, the idea you talk about eco-anxiety, and also because after the Russian gas thing, people start to panic about energy. People didn't really think about energy before. No. It's like water. Totally agree. Press a switch, turn the tap on, it's there. Now people realise it isn't actually there. Yes. And the people are actually ripping you off from a lot of these bigger companies. And what do you do about it? You can actually do it yourself. Exactly. Or join other people and do it together in a cooperative kind of sense, isn't it? Yeah. And that's powerful, and that's literally is empowering, isn't it? Absolutely, yeah. So because we started late, we've only got time for a couple of questions from the floor. So has anybody got a question? Sean, you have to get a mic, or can you shout, Sean? I'm sure you can, I've heard you. Oh, the mic's coming now. Oh, yeah, it's just coming. Yeah.
Sean Fenson from Cooperative Network Infrastructure. That was fascinating, thank you very much. I've just, this isn't really a question, although I'd be really interested to know what the panel thinks. But as well as the supply side of energy, I think there is a tremendous role for cooperatives on the demand side. And in particular, for example, heat networks, there is a role, I think, for cooperatives in the organisation of heat networks. And one of the things that we're very interested in cooperative network infrastructure, we have a stake in various data centres which produce large amounts of excess heat, which can then be fed into local communities. It's an expensive process, but it's a very financially sensible process. And we think that there's a role for cooperatives in distributing that heat. And then secondly, we're talking about the grid connection problem. If you take a place like Blackpool, for example, there's a huge amount of offshore wind energy there and insufficient capacity to get it into the grid. And so data centres, which we're going to need more and more of, which the Labour manifesto talks about increasing the number of data centres, that's very much driven by AI and so on, they are a tremendous sink for energy. So as well as thinking about how we generate energy, I think there is an interesting question around how we use that energy. And again, there's a role for the cooperative model there in mediating the transactions between the energy providers and the energy sinks. So I'd throw that in. I'm interested in any...
I mean, growing up in Blackpool, I know about the wind power coming off the sea, yeah. So you basically co-ops working with co-ops, in a sense. Yes. Yeah. Does anyone want to pick up on that?
I could do the district heating one. So yeah, there's an absolutely amazing opportunity with district heating. So if you have a new housing estate, for example, if you put a big ground source heat pump at the start, right at the start of the project, and you have that owned by everybody who moves in, that is absolutely an amazing way of keeping that infrastructure renewable and local. And also, if you have existing networks, it's much harder and it will take much more investment, but the opportunity for district heating networks that could be cooperative is there. We do have district heating networks in Birmingham in the city centre, but they're like massive projects and they will be hard to have cooperative power structures. But if you're doing a road, for example, absolutely amazing opportunities there. If you can get the whole road on board, you can replicate that up and down the country.
Okay, I think we really are nearly running out of time. But just one thing I want somebody to pick up on is that these great ideas, they're beautiful ideas, aren't they? But actually, what's interesting about this, it makes business sense, doesn't it? So if somebody just wants to pick up on the idea that we're not talking about airy-fairy, nice hippie ideas, which I love, which are great, but this is actually something that's, well, I suppose you could put this one on, couldn't you?
Yeah.
This is a business model.
Absolutely. So I think if we take a school, for example, that's a perfect example. The school hasn't got much cash. A community energy group, they can take on the capex, they can install the solar, they take on all the costs, the operation and maintenance. The school will then pay a fee for the electricity generated. So they're still decarbonised, they're still getting cheaper electricity than if they imported from the grid, but crucially, they're not having to put the capital outlay. The community energy group are, and then the community energy group are also getting a profit. So from that perspective, it's an absolute win-win. You still get cheaper electricity, you're still decarbonising, but no capital outlay.
It's a win-win, so that's a nice place to end on. So thanks to the panel. Yeah.
That was brilliant, thank you, really inspirational. And I'm hoping that everybody in here has a roof, or maybe two. So let's think about what we can do with them. Right, okay, we do want you back for 2:15, please. Just running over 5 minutes late, but 2:15 back in here for a session on communities. Thank you again.
I'm naturally fast.
Welcome back, everybody. A little bit of housekeeping. We have a lost mobile phone. We've got a found mobile phone. I won't say what make and model it is, but if you have lost your mobile phone, if you go to the reception desk at the front and describe it, you will get it back. So, yesterday, for those of you that were at our AGM, we talked about the incredible work of community shares and the work Co-operatives UK does within cooperative communities. And as we know, we've heard it from our mayors, we've heard it from the leader of finance member at Birmingham City Council yesterday, but cooperatives really are at the heart of communities and do produce solutions, but there's also lots of challenges. Again, it's a theme that's come out that it's not easy to work in communities when you've got volunteers who are time poor, or you've got real significant challenges and you've not got big funding to be able to deliver them. So we're hoping today to hear from some people about what that support and what those solutions are. And as well, something I'm really pleased to see, we've got Sarah Barlow with us, who's one of the voice of the Postmasters campaign group. And again, you heard me talk yesterday about how cooperatives could be offering solutions to people who are facing significant challenges. So I think it's going to be a great session. Delighted that Tom McNeil is going to be hosting for us. And joining us, we've got Sarah Barlow, voice of the Postmaster, Christopher Oliver from the Ubelli initiative. We've got Isla McCulloch from Cooperatives UK and Natasha Natarajan from Outlandish Cooperative. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you very much. I really am very grateful to be here because I know on a panel like this we've got a really diverse range of contributions here, and I know I'm going to leave with some extra nuances that I didn't have before. And looking at the last panel that was on, I know there's going to be overlap, but I do think that what we've got on this panel is a diversity of experiences and perspectives. Now, I think with the title of this, Cooperatives at the Heart of Communities, what this panel is going to emphasise is what I know lots of people in this room know already, but when we talk about cooperatives, sometimes we're talking about the core corporate structures of cooperatives, whether it's big corporate or smaller social enterprise size, but we're also talking about collaborative cultures, but also empowerment of communities. Now, in this panel, some, I think, are going to be talking a little bit more about the local social enterprise structures of cooperatives and the economic and the ownership components, but some of our speakers are going to talk about how to get a collective voice to speak up against power and where the commonalities with cooperation are with that, but also what might cooperative principles do to elevate that. Now, to set the scene, what I'm going to do is just throw in a bit of polite challenge towards government power. And I think it's really relevant for the different kinds of cooperative just touched upon there. It's relevant for what responsibilities do they take to convene partners to enable co-op cooperative social enterprises, large or small, volunteering or otherwise. But also, what do they do not to repeat some of the same mistakes of public institutions, of defensiveness, and creating the conditions of closed walls and doors whereby we have to have communities grouped together to shout up for underrepresented voices. And I'll just briefly say why I come to this view, and then I'm going to go to the most important people, which is the panel here. From my previous experience, I was Assistant Police and Crime Commissioner for the West Midlands. And we had some core power, we had some money, we had some legal duties. But by far, the most powerful stuff I saw was when we used the platform to convene people, to make things happen that wouldn't have happened had we not brought them together. Talking about school exclusions, we came to the realisation there's a real consensus around the partnerships needed for the holistic support that would prevent exclusions from happening. And that work wasn't happening yet. And likewise with things like gambling addiction, there was some core statutory services who didn't really know it was a problem. There was some third sector organisations over here doing brilliant work, but no one ever referring to them. And just by using your convening power, you made things happen and people started to access help. But through those benefits, what I also saw was where public bodies, including in the West Midlands, were not convening partners in the way that they should. So when we talk about Birmingham City Council, of which I've got a lot of respect for certain politicians and officers, but I think they could be doing more to convene people who want to set up cooperatives who are already operating that space to talk about these urgent asset disposals. How are we going to prevent a mass transfer of assets and capital to private wealth rather than have a conversation early with people who really know about how to deliver alternative models? If we don't convene people and you don't use your power, missed opportunity. And likewise, with the West Midlands Mayor, it's very good to come here and talk about believing in cooperatives, and I believe Richard Parker does, but with community energy, the opportunities are so exciting, he needs to step in and use his power to convene people now across the region to talk about how we're going to make this happen then. And I'm going to use my power to bring the partners together. And I think that's going to really feed into some of these conversations. How do we elevate what they're already doing or what they want to do by making sure those leaders are opening the conversation and not closing it down with defensiveness? Now, because people's experiences are so different, I'm not going to open up with particularly prescriptive questions here because I want people to have their own voice and say what they want to say. So we're just going to go around the panellists in turn just to tell us who you are, what you're doing, and with the title here, what do you want to say first, and then we'll see where the conversation goes. It could go in all sorts of directions. So on the list that I had to go first, Christopher, I'm going to hand over to you.
Cool. Good morning. And so my name's Christopher Oliver. And I'm the Policy and Research Officer at the Ubele Initiative. And the Ubele Initiative is African diaspora-led infrastructure organization. And I want to introduce the work of Ubele at the intersection of the cooperative movement. Because I think, although the Ubele Initiative is not a cooperative, we connect with the cooperative movement in quite interesting ways. And I think, so our headquarters is at the Wolves Lane Centre in Wood Green, and which is like a 3-acre site, which we have a 25-year lease on. So we're part of a consortium with Organic Lee, which is a worker cooperative. And we've recently completed 3 buildings on the site, which we'll be moving into next month. And there's a sociocratic model of governance for the consortium. And in addition, the Ubele Initiative is incubating a housing cooperative called Gida Housing Cooperative, which is based at the old St Anne's Hospital site in South Tottenham. So we've secured 56 housing units, and we're supporting the incubation of a housing cooperative alongside the Filipino community and Road Housing Cooperative. And again, another sort of connection to the cooperative movement is the experiences of some of the team members. One of our directors, Michael Hamilton, he was part of a cooperative in South London called Fusion's Jameen Cooperative, which was a group of predominantly African Caribbean people who came together for a self-build project and built, I think, over 10 homes. And so there's these interesting connections between the Ubele initiative and the cooperative movement. So yeah, nice to be here.
Thank you very much. That was great. Natasha.
Hi everyone, I'm here from Outlandish Cooperative. We're a worker cooperative in North London in Finsbury Park, and our commercial business is to deliver digital tools, websites, data-driven campaigns, things like that for progressive organizations. So it might be trade unions, public sector, campaign groups. But we invest our profits back into social projects, and one of those social projects is called Space 4, which is why I'm here. Because we're a workspace in Finsbury Park, and it's where Outlandish has their offices, but it's also a kind of co-working space. And just speaking to what you were saying, Tom, I think it's really a convening space between kind of government and local economy, because the reason we're there is because we've developed a strong relationship with Islington Council, who really support co-ops, are really into their community wealth building strategy and really want to grow the cooperative movement in the borough. And so we're one of their affordable workspaces, and so we have multiple hats on in the sense that we are trying to deliver social value to the borough, trying to help people get into employment, we're trying to build the cooperative movement, but we're also part of this larger co-op, we're part of this movement and trying to serve the sort of political needs, trying to spread political education about democratic business. And it's been interesting talking to people yesterday about, the need for, yesterday the Cooperative Party was talking about doubling cooperatives in the UK. And sitting in Space 4, sometimes it's hard to talk about co-ops and what it really means to start a co-op. And I think before we even start to talk about how to start a co-op, we need to talk about what does it mean for freelancers to collaborate? What does it mean to actually want to work with other people? Because the spirit of entrepreneurialism and being your own boss has sort of infiltrated every part of work, I think. So what am I trying to say? There's so many hats on. Co-ops in the heart of community. Yeah, I suppose, we're a workspace. We're helping people with affordable workspace because we work with the council, but we're also trying to embody the spirit of cooperation with co-ops, but also with the general public. Yeah, and it's worth mentioning maybe that we started the space because we co-founded CoTech, which is a UK-wide network of tech cooperatives. And the reason that we wanted to have a space is because we realized that there aren't that many physical spaces for the co-op movement to convene. So speaking again of that importance of convening, the different parts of our movement and the different sort of cooperative elements of society in kind of neutral spaces, I suppose.
And I think what sounds really interesting from that is you're talking about an example where a local authority, where a power base has opened up the conversation, and then things have happened as a result of that kind of collaborative two-way discourse. And Sarah?
So I have probably two hats on for community. The first is I'm a postmaster and I wasn't involved in the historic shortfalls. I bought my branch about 6 years ago, and obviously shortly after the pandemic happened. So from a community perspective, we were classed as key workers, and we formed in my branch a community hub where we had 85 volunteers helping over 300 people a day with shopping, with prescriptions, with just phone calls, just having that interaction. So the importance of community from my post office and many across the country became a totally different challenge. We were trusted as a network, and regardless of what the brand is going through at the moment, the brand is the postmasters. The postmasters are the face that people see every day, and that's probably what has kept us riding this horrific storm that we're in the middle of. My second community hat was and is as part of the Voice of the Postmaster. We were a very small group of postmasters who were becoming increasingly concerned with the way we were being treated by not only our main shareholder, the government, and post office itself, because we're all independents, we all own our own branches, and things were becoming more and more complicated and more difficult to run a business. A few of us got together on a forum and chatted, and we grew, and we now have over 1,000 members. And we were seen as a protest group because we were a little bit naughty at the beginning. We had to get attention by, you know, all emailing the CEO at the same time on the same day and things like that. We were a little bit naughty, but now we've kind of bridged that gap, and we are obviously trying to steer through this ship that has been the Horizon scandal, which has now become a national tragedy, really, with the amount of people that have been affected by it. Not only the 555 who were prosecuted and had to pay lots of money back, but there's still postmasters within the network still suffering who just paid the money back, but were impacted differently. As our group has grown as a community of postmasters, we had one direction, and that was to be treated more like a partner within the organisation. That's grown legs, and we have different hats, and we are now, you know, a totally different community. And we have a seat at the table now where we meet with the post office, we meet with various cross-party MPs on a regular basis. You know, Labour has mentioned what's there in hopes to be with the post office in their manifest. And that was down to a Voice of the Postmaster meeting that we had with some MPs a couple of weeks ago in London. So we've grown up as a group, we've grown up, and we're currently working on a wellbeing initiative that will be rolled out throughout the country for all postmasters, because there's absolutely no support. Even now, we're still using a Horizon. We're currently paying for the new MBIT system that's coming through, and we're currently paying for, rightly so, for the people who've been affected historically. So there's lots and lots of work to do. It was really interesting to sit in the back of the room this morning and watch such a positive organisation and such a happy place to be in. And whereas I sit in a much darker space, things are getting better. Things, obviously, when the ITV drama come out, we're in a really, really sad state of affairs. But the strength that we had within our communities, that's what got us through. Our customers were coming in. We didn't know you were going through this. We didn't know this was happening to you, offering the support. And there's a lot of strength in empathy. And I say this whenever I meet any of the general exec. Don't underestimate the power of people. And we only have to look today at Alan Bates, who is now Sir Alan, and rightly so. It's a 20-year battle. My battle currently is 2 years old, but thanks to the work that Alan's put in and all his colleagues, we're moving forward a lot quicker, and hopefully we'll see a light at the end of the tunnel. We've got our conference on Tuesday, and it'll be really interesting to see, because I'd like to think that we've come a long way as a group, and obviously the next government coming in, things are going to change. Things are going to change with the end of the inquiry. Things are going to change with prosecutions that could or may not happen. So we've got a very kind of unshaky path to go through, but the strength comes from the community we have in our branches and the community we have in each other. So maybe a cooperative is the answer, maybe mutualisation is the answer, but it's very complex because the post office as a network is very complex. But that's not to say we can't form some kind of strategies going forward to make the postmasters have a profitable organisation. We have this immense social value that is vastly underpaid. And there's answers, we've got answers as a group. We don't go, give us more money. We go in and go, this is where we think you can find some money. This is where you think this should be distributed. This is where you think it should be cut. So that's where we're at our level.
No, well, thank you for that. Yeah. Well, the clap is quite premature because I was going to invite people to say thank you very much for your contribution to it. So that's great, and clearly that's what everybody feels. And I think what's really interesting about that is obviously so much of the conversation at cooperative conferences is about talking about collaboration and diplomacy. But obviously in the real world sometimes, first, to get to this place that you've got to, you need real challenge as well. And sometimes it's about really holding people to account. Isla.
Yeah, how do I follow that? So, I think your point about being here and it being a happy place was really interesting to me, because I do feel this immense privilege to work for Cooperatives UK and work in the community shares movement, where every day I hear and work with inspiring communities who are taking matters into their own hands. But you're absolutely right. Almost every single one of them has emerged from a crisis of some situation, whether that's a housing crisis, the last fuel station is closing for 50 miles, our leisure centre is about to be closed down. Every community share offer I've worked with and seen has emerged from a disaster of some description, not at a national scale, more at a local scale, and the communities have gone, this is either a failure of the market or a failure of the state, depending on how you see things, and how can we as communities set up cooperative models to actually address it. And where it works best, and where I've seen it work best, is in partnership with local authorities, cross-political parties, being apolitical and coming together and working together. So yeah, really privileged to work in this role, and really interesting moment, because we've seen a lot of communities, I'm talking from the perspective of community share offers, community benefit societies, set up to address what I think of as market failure, like the last pub closing, the shop closing, the post office is closing locally, and things like that. But more and more we're seeing these communities step into that breach of where is local government failing, or where are budget cuts creating these crises of essential services being cut back. And it's not just communities versus the state, it's actually how do we work together to deliver these services, maybe in a better way in the long term as well. So that's kind of where I'm at with trying to explore what's our role as Co-operatives UK in convening that potentially, and illustrating and sharing good practice and different models and different ways to address them.
No, thank you for that. So what I'd like to do with this next set of questions, and I know there's huge expertise in the room, so the technical principles people will be really, really on top of. But what I think would be really helpful is, and we'll go in reverse order to go through these specific examples, is to explain with reference to your examples, what would be the difference if it wasn't there? If what you've seen and what you've contributed to putting in place, if that wasn't there, what would be the situation? And what have you created through your kind of cooperative work or your kind of collective voice? And then also, in that answer, just give us a hint about what were the first couple of steps taken to get where you are. And again, I know there's great expertise in this room, but what I think is really valuable when we're talking in other communities is to really spell out, why is this a great thing? And what would the alternative have been? And then, for people who feel inspired by that, in whatever their context, what are the first couple of things they would do to realise something similar in their own context? So we'll start with you.
So I could, obviously it's a funny place because I've worked with a lot of organisations, but I guess I could go back to some of the organisations I've worked with closely local to home. So I live in Oban on the west coast of Scotland, and I grew up in Edinburgh. So my first experience with this was in Edinburgh, was around, we set up a community greengrocer shop because there was an absolute dearth of independent shops. It was about supporting the high street and providing routes to market for healthier food. And that was a public meeting and people being really angry about what was happening to the high street with retailers being locked out. So the public meeting was the first step, was, is there a collective of people who really care, who really want to see change and make a difference and have a positive, well, initially just being like, what do we do? So I think having that collective moment of like, let's acknowledge this. This is a bad situation, whatever it is. And then how can we address it? Really, and even where I am now in Oban, there's been a lot of that. There's been huge cutbacks over the years, but now we have a community-owned leisure centre that's going 25 years in partnership with the local authority, and it's better than any local authority-run leisure centre I go to in the country because it's community-owned and run. But it took loads of public meetings and getting people together and knocking our heads together and saying, how can we agree on a way forward? And I think I sometimes get a bit of jip from the team because they're like, stop telling people it's so hard to start a co-op. But it is, and I'm speaking from the perspective of community cooperatives where you're trying to be representative. We have huge local authorities where people don't feel represented. We're saying we're creating a democratic structure where you can feel represented at a local level. That's a challenge. There's a challenge to people's culture, to people's sense of self, sense of identity as well. So I think the main thing is bringing the people together in the first instance to actually acknowledge the challenge you're facing, as Sarah said in that specific campaign, is really relevant. But across the board, from like the work we've done together as well, it's so critical for me in terms of next steps. And I've seen people try to start community share offers and raise capital for solutions, and they've not articulated the problem they're trying to solve to start with. And they've flopped. They don't succeed. They just don't work out. And I hate the idea of people putting loads of time into something that's not going to work. But for it to work, you have to put that time in really early on to work together.
Okay. Sarah.
So from a really beginning small perspective, I have, in my branch, there's probably nothing I don't know that goes on in my community because everybody comes in and tells me. I know who's having what knee replacement to what the parish council are up to. We know everything and we're trusted. And one voice obviously can make a difference, but when you put multiple voices together, it adds strength. So whereas I might have somebody coming in, I had a lady come in and tell me a diagnosis of cancer, and she hadn't told her family. And for several weeks, she came in saying, I've had this done, I'm having that done, and I kept pushing for it, tell your family, tell your family. It made a difference that she had come and talk to us. It made a difference that she had come and talk to me and any of my staff. And eventually, because collectively as a group of workers, we got her to open up to her family, and she got the support we need. And that was a tiny, tiny little win for us. Where the voice of the postmaster is concerned, it was feeling my own vulnerability. It was dreading that cash declaration button each night. It was looking at the pay remuneration each month going, how am I going to make this stretch? And then finding other voices who were feeling the same, the fact that I spoke out to a couple of people, and we grew and we grew and we become a huge, powerful collective where our opinion matters. So whereas my little tiny voice of, oh, I don't want to do this, it was the problems with the historic aspect was everyone thought they were alone. Everybody thought it was just them. Whereas now us as a collective, it's never just us. And the beauty of a cooperative is that there's a huge strength in one powerful voice, but there's absolutely immeasurable when you've got a collective.
That's really, I think, really powerful. So if we do another question, just to quickly follow up, if we've got another injustice, coming up somewhere, which there will be, because we live in a complex society and injustices are there, and somebody feels that they've been incredibly wronged, whether it's by a public body or a corporation or whatever, what would you say, what's the first thing they need to do to try and identify if there's other experiences that have been similar?
Because there's been obviously we've got Hillsborough, we've got Grenfell, we've got a lot going on, and in the Labour manifesto they're going to push for the Hillsborough law. I'm a Hillsborough family member just for transparency, and I'd like to think that the legacy of what we've been through is that this won't happen again. Obviously, it's happened with the post office. Obviously, there's plenty of examples of where it's happening. With the Hillsborough law, hopefully it won't happen again. Hopefully people will see what's gone before them and have the strength to speak out quickly and be listened to rather than pushed away.
And just before we come to Natasha, just for anybody who doesn't know, if you just spell out what the Hillsborough law is doing, what is it doing?
So the Hillsborough law will, obviously with Hillsborough you were facing the government. It's the same with the Horizon scandal, that obviously you're fighting the powers that be, and a little voice again. It takes a long time to become a big voice. It's taken over 20 years for the Horizon people. It's taken, we're on 35 years for Hillsborough. But the Hillsborough law will put an end to that. The Hillsborough law will allow people who've been victims of national scandals and national fighting the government or whatever to be listened to and have the strength and the backing to fight anything. So whereas, a lot of these scandals, there's no money, there's no one to fight. Whereas, there's whoever you're challenging has got power, has got legal representation. They're going to get the legal representation. So it's quite complicated, it's quite complex,
yeah.
But it's a support network that's in place.
No, that was brilliantly explained. Natasha?
So I think I mentioned that Space 4, the workspace that we run, was born out of a need to have a physical space where the cooperative community could come together. And I think it's been really important to have that physical space. It's kind of like a shop front. It's like a place where you can just come and if you're interested in co-ops and talk to real people who are in co-ops or interested in co-ops. And so for me personally, that's kind of how I came into the co-op movement, which is only 2.5 years ago now. But I was writing my dissertation on freelancer politics, and I found some research about co-ops, and I literally searched London co-ops on Google and arrived at a space which really embodied cooperative values. You can feel from the space, I think, that this is more than just, it's definitely not a WeWork, or it's not one of your corporate workspaces. It really has cooperative values, and there's a lot of community work that goes on in the space. Beyond just work, it's about kind of life, and I think that's come up in some of the other panels. Being in a co-op goes beyond work life. It's life itself. But we also, we nurture young businesses because we've partnered with the council. We're really an affordable space. We offer payment in kind and sliding payment scales, which means we get a lot of different types of people in the space, and we're able to help them grow their businesses, their ideas, and inspire them with the values of cooperativism in a like embodied way. I don't know really how to explain it, in a cultural way, which I don't think you could achieve if you just ask for a call with someone who's in a co-op on Zoom. It's not quite the same.
I know it's really hard because what you're describing is a whole system, and there's clearly so many things going on. It's actually quite hard to pluck out specifics. It's bigger than that, and it takes more than a quick sentence.
But there's one more thing actually,
yeah,
if I can add. I think also the relationship that we've nurtured with Islington Council is very unique, and we're lucky that they're a really progressive-minded council, lots of progressive councillors, and are really invested in their community wealth-building agenda and supporting co-ops. But I think we are an important case study for how you can develop a long relationship, build trust with a council team, so that even when they don't have money, there's still ambition to work together to support the cooperative economy. And when there is money, there's a good chance that we can bid for it. And that's something that I think Sarah Longlands from Claire's was here yesterday, maybe talking about progressive procurement. I think that's a big opportunity for the co-op movement to step in and really try to get into supply chains of bigger organizations to support the growth, again, to double the size of the co-op movement. And I think we're a good interface, a shop front for talking about these, a good convening space where we can, matchmake basically the public sector and small businesses, which is such an ambition of a lot of local authorities at the moment, GLA, but also West Midlands. We heard from the Ownership Hub yesterday. So I think that is it makes me excited about politics personally, that there is this space there's no money in this space, unfortunately, but there's a lot of hope, there's a lot of dedication and a lot of determination. And particularly when we're talking about community shares, it was really inspiring also to hear about Oban and how many community co-ops you've got, and the potential to the postmasters to be also getting involved in the movement and different community organizations learning about how you can do this.
Just before I come on to you, Christopher, you've been waiting very patiently, now you've gone to the back of the queue. I'm still really keen just to pluck out, even if it's just one example, say with the relationship you've developed with the local authority, where they might not have given money, but they've helped. Their open door approach is what I'm saying. Can you pluck out an example where that relationship made a difference? Don't worry if you can't, and you can always say it a bit later.
Yeah, I mean, what's nice, okay, let me just think of an actual example of, so we're a physical space, and the council uses our space for a lot of meetings, for convening people, and I think we've built a lot of relationships with other organizations working in the community. We've been introduced, I think someone else was talking about that today, to other local community groups, or there's an organization that works to get people into tech, and we're obviously a tech organization, and I think that the council is instrumental in introducing us to groups like that, and making sure that we host lunches in our space, for example, to get people into the space. And they also sort of platform us in wherever they go, talking to other people about our space, so that we get new kinds of people into the space. Again, it's that thing about convening and telling, really nurturing the local economy. Like, who's in this economy? Like, how do we find them? How do we connect people? I think the council has been good at doing that.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Christopher.
Yeah, so I should have said before that GIDA Housing Cooperative is in partnership with the GLA, and who have provided some funding for this sort of incubation process, along with the National Lottery. And the self-building in South London that I referenced, Fusion's Jameen Housing Cooperative, which is, I don't think, it's no longer a housing cooperative, but in the sort of initial sort of emergence of the cooperative, it was in collaboration with the local council in Lewisham, in order to support people off council housing, the council housing list, essentially. So that's interesting. But yeah, Ubele's work is sort of focused at the sort of intersection of community wealth building and racial justice. And I think that my experience, I emerged just before joining Ubele. I was sort of involved in exploring the problems, policy problems associated with the Windrush scandal. And that work was sort of traveling across the country to support predominantly African Caribbean communities to access sort of legal support. And I think it was interesting in relation to this conversation because I guess was introduced to a network of African Caribbean sort of community structures, organizations that have been around since the 60s. And particularly in Manchester, where there's a sort of West Indian Organizations Coordinating Committee that was set up in the 60s to address sort of racial justice issues. And it was interesting to, what's interesting about the West Indian Organizations Coordinating Committee is that those Caribbean people that arrived after the Second World War, they set up island associations, which carry sort of cooperative principles or democratic principles, one member, one vote. Each island association would elect a representative that would then be a part of the coordinating committee, and they would engage with sort of organizations, institutions across Manchester to advocate for social justice issues. Over the years, due to I guess, certain forms of, racialization and a lack of access to resources, those organizations are struggling. And perhaps, but I see opportunity. I see opportunity through research that I'm doing with Isla and Co-operatives UK, John Dawson, where we're essentially exploring sort of race equity within, the cooperative space, and to what extent, I guess we can sort of think about how to increase, the representation of Black and racially minoritized communities leading community share offers. Currently, information that I was introduced to by Co-operatives UK states that 98% of society members are white, and 92% of community share offers are led by white people. So we've been thinking about, okay, how do we address that issue? And in order to, I guess, increase the access to some of the knowledge around community shares and cooperative models, because in relation to that example I gave with the West Indian Organizations Coordination Committee, I really, now that I've built up my knowledge, I really think that, for example, a community benefits society model could really support what they're doing. So I think, it's been an interesting sort of inquiry into this space at the intersection of racial justice and community wealth building.
Okay, and that brings us nicely on really to kind of the third part of it. You've talked about, all of you have talked about some successes and what's in place already. I suppose sticking with you, Christopher, with everything you just said, what is it you'd really like to see? So when we talk about community share offers, what kinds of things would you like to see a successful community share offer happen around? What kind of project, whether it's further housing or whatever else? And what do you need, and what do the people you're talking about need to make that a reality?
I think we're still at the stage of, from Ubele perspective, we're concerned with infrastructural support. And infrastructural support that connects to people that are sometimes sort of labeled hard to reach. But perhaps, those communities, aren't plugged into the same infrastructure system or framework than the communities that are, I guess, benefiting from the production of knowledge and the access to perhaps certain forms of finance, which Black and racially minoritized communities historically have had less access to, therefore less sort of resources in order to convene communities around a particular legal model. So I think our focus has been on, and this is what the research has sort of started to sort of focus on, is, what does culturally appropriate infrastructure support look like? And to what extent can it reduce the barriers and increase the opportunities for, Black and racialized communities to lead community share offers and reap some of the benefits?
Just on that, just a quick follow-up then. Who would you really like to see take some responsibility for trying to put this infrastructure in place? It clearly might not be one body or individual, but who is it you're looking at when you want?
Well, I think there's just many different angles to this question, because there's obviously the question of the realm of finance. A lot of organizations get access to grants, which enables them to then even consider or convene a community to then develop a community share offer. So there's an intersection between different forms of finance, which therefore, you have to speak to funding bodies and get buy-in from different funders alongside perhaps forms of social investment. So there's a sort of finance question, and then there's the leadership and governance question that connects one to local councils and I guess the kind of infrastructural support or the kind of relationships that Natasha was talking about with local councils to create the conditions within which you can convene communities, but also, I guess, have that local support, whether it's in kind or certain forms of investment or that, again, produces the conditions for cooperative development.
I think you said it yourself, but I think some of the stuff Natasha was talking about sounds exactly like the kind of community that, meant in its broadest sense, the kind of infrastructure needed to make this conversation happen. I'm going to change up the order, so I'm not just going straight with the same one. So I'm going to come to you next, Sarah. So I guess it's about where do you see the work you've done to date and work with colleagues going, where would you like it to go, or what changes would you like to see, and who should contribute to that?
I think from the voice of the Postmaster, the end game is to be a partnership and to be treated as a partner. We've all invested large sums of money to be in the position that we're in, and there's a lot of aspects of the network where we're not asked about, and it's a given when changes happen and other partnerships come into the company, and that's the change we're looking at, and that's happening. We have various groups at the moment. We have postmaster engagement groups, we have postmaster listening groups, we have branch operational change forums, we have IT working groups where postmasters are asked and involved in every decision throughout the network. We want to take that up to another level. We now have 2 non-executive directors on the board, and we have a postmaster engagement director in the general executive. We want to see more of that. No one's born a postmaster. They come with a wealth of background and experience. So we're looking at taking back the company. The government are happy for us to wipe our own faces and do our own thing. So we need to go, well, where do we go? Do we need the board? Do we need this general executive? Do we need this mass of employees when we've got a wealth of postmasters who could do just as good or just as credible or infiltrate them? So our end game is to be at every level within the company and to make the decisions that directly impact us and our communities.
And how much do you think that a formal cooperative structure might be pivotal to kind of creating, I guess, a sustainable legacy to that kind of working practice?
I suppose at some level, because we're already a cooperative, because we all own our own branches, the problem being is that we're governed by a non-cooperative source. So we need to maybe look at, there's obviously lots of talks about mutualisation. It's a very difficult level to reach because the network is so complex and it's whether the postmasters want that as well. But there's got to be a form of mutualisation that maybe we can reach in the long run. We're always going to need government funding because there's such a service dynamic to us. We're a business, we've got to make profit as well, so we're always going to need government funding, but then how does that work? I don't have the answer, but it's something that we're all looking at, we're all working towards. There's lots of complications because of the inquiry and everything else that's coming. We need to see what Sir Justice Wynne directs. So we're probably looking, nothing within 5 years because things are just too complicated at the moment. But there's definitely a pathway to being more cooperative.
And, you know, I don't know how many people in here you already know, but you might meet people in here today who might be able to kind of give some new ideas for what that might look like.
Yeah, definitely. I think the one thing that we are open for is suggestions. There's people on my committee who have a really strong feeling about mutualisation and the path they want to take. There's equally members of my committee like, it's not for us, this is not where we want to be. So looking for some middle ground, please get in contact with me if you've got some solutions or a pathway or an idea, because we'd love to look at them, because clearly things are broken at the moment and we need to fix them.
Yeah, and I think that comment on middle ground is particularly interesting, because when I talk to people I know in my circles about cooperatives, if they're not familiar, and I talk about, you know, how, well, you could have a direct democratic say, they're like, well, to be honest, I'm exhausted, I'm busy, you know, I don't want that. And I say, okay, well, what about if you just knew that the economic ownership was among your community and that it wasn't being extracted? Which brings me well onto you, Isla, because I know we talked about this before. And you can talk about whatever example you want, but I do think community energy is an example that a lot of people can understand, and a lot of members of the public who might not be familiar with cooperatives can get quite excited about, because it is so tangible. So maybe what kind of things need to be put in place to make that a reality, not just in the West Midlands, but I have a particular interest in it right now.
I think it was really interesting, Sarah, that you talked about how as postmasters you feel like you're already in a cooperative, but you're underneath a company structure, which is an extractive structure. And Christopher's talked about community wealth building. I hear community wealth building every day, policymakers, local authorities, everyone loves community wealth building. I don't hear them being explicit that that's because we live in a system of community wealth extraction, and the number of corporations and industries that are extracting wealth. This isn't just about building wealth. This is like hanging on to wealth in our communities at the end of the day. So when I talk about co-ops and communities and how we define that, energy is a good example, but capitalism, I started saying it's kind of similar to other isms, like we understand racism, we understand sexism, prioritizing certain races or certain sexes in certain circumstances. And all businesses need capital, need workers, need suppliers, need customers. Those are all of our stakeholders. And the current model prioritizes the providers of capital. And that is how our wealth is extracted from communities. I live in an area surrounded by wind farms, left, right, and centre, multi-gabillion pounds of wealth being extracted, and so little of that going back in, and the highest rates of fuel poverty in our country. It's grossly unfair. Yet I've also worked with community-owned turbines, hydro schemes, that are generating now millions of pounds back into their communities, because that money that was otherwise potentially even going into other states' publicly owned energy companies, like we're funding Chinese public infrastructure through their private ownership of our enormous offshore wind. And then the alternative to that is I worked with communities who, by building 2 turbines, have been able to provide new primary school facilities, invest in the leisure centre, get early year support for people. That wealth is recirculating in the community and they're benefiting from it. And the cooperative model then doesn't give primacy to capital over all those other stakeholders. All the stakeholders in it together. So it's not about not needing capital, it's just about prioritizing all stakeholders equally, providers of capital being just one of them, not the main one.
Yeah, here. So just before I come on to Natasha for her remarks, and then I think we're coming towards the end of the session. So with exactly what you've just said, in Birmingham, or somewhere in Sandwell, Wolverhampton, you've said this to an audience of public members, and they're like, yeah, I really, what's not to agree with about this? It's clearly right. How do we empower them next? What do they do next? And who should take responsibility for this? And feel free to point towards government officials or whoever. What should happen next?
I mean, it's a prime time, isn't it? I think we're looking at a change of central government. I think that potential needs to be grasped. I'm also a great believer in like the first 100 days really matters for evidence. Like in my working life, I've seen community ownership being, what do you do? What's that? To now, in Scotland, I'm speaking from my personal experience, the Scottish Land Fund has existed for a long time. We have a lot more community rights. People just know what I mean. And as soon as something goes wrong, they're like, surely there's a community ownership solution to this. And that's a culture change that has come from government in a way. You know, like there's been a leadership in government to say community ownership is about redistributing power and wealth, and we're behind that, and we back that. And yes, there's always tensions of centralization, but I think all of us here, and you've got like new mayor in Birmingham, there's a lot of big political change. Get it on the agenda. It makes such a difference to say this is normal. This approach is just how we can get things done and how we can solve some of the biggest problems facing us. And our elected leaders do have a responsibility to not just support it on the sidelines and go, oh, well, Rishi Sunak's bought a share in his community pub in Yorkshire. Right? Exactly, people laughing. Like, that doesn't mean he believes in redistribution of wealth, evidently. Look at him. So it's like, how do you hold our elected leaders to account and say that this is a really good way of not just community wealth building, but stopping extracting wealth from communities?
And just to add, because it's the point I made at the beginning, yes, I mean, I desperately want to see a Labour government myself, and cooperative, but then it comes down to empowering local leaders and local leaders taking responsibility to convene those conversations and make them happen and not be too passive. Because if you're passive, things won't actually happen. So Natasha, you've kind of got the final slot here. No pressure. I know you can handle it.
Okay, what do I want to see? Yeah, so I do want to see more co-ops. Obviously, I want to see I want to see the cooperative movement double in size. How are we going to do that? I feel like we need more money, more business in the sector, more money. And again, I go back to that procurement supply chain thing. I would like to see more sort of work done in opening up supply chains to democratic business on the one hand. I think that would really help the co-op sector to have more like stable business basically. And I think we're a good business partner because like public businesses, we want to invest back into the communities that we work in. On the other hand, I also see a problem that, this culture thing that you're saying, the culture does not exist to talk to people about converting to a co-op or starting a co-op. It's quite hard to explain what is the attraction of a co-op. So I want to see co-ops in supply chains. For that, we need to scale co-op businesses, start and scale, or we need to convert existing businesses to be co-ops. And that's hard, don't want to be negative, but I think so. I want to see more resources going towards education around, community shares, around co-op business. I want it to be normal to talk about what a co-op business is, because I can't even explain to my parents what a co-op business is. I mean, I joined as a member like 2 weeks ago or something now, and my dad, who's quite a socialist person, was like, oh, so you're a capitalist now? And I was like, where do I start? So I haven't started actually, and I'm figuring it out. But so yeah, I think that culture change needs to happen, and maybe part of it is like, I don't want to sound negative, but before we even start converting into co-ops, maybe we just need to start introducing democratic business principles into existing businesses. Maybe they won't be co-ops immediately, but they'll be more ethical businesses. And Stir to Action started the Centre for Democratic Business. We've got democratic business summits now every year. So that makes me excited. Okay, it's not a co-op, but it is there is, I think, increasingly people are recognizing the capitalism and wanting to make changes. And though we're not going to get to co-op immediately, we are going to get to more ethical investment, more ethical business practice, better employee rights. And I think the co-op sector has a lot to offer in terms of what kind of values we can show other businesses that they can have, even if they're not going to become co-ops yet.
A splendid way to end the session. Should we give everybody a round of applause for their contributions?
Next door to
the Youth Summit, so here I am. Thanks everybody on the panel for a fantastic discussion. I think we've had some really powerful stories and things to think about there. Thank you to Tom, our host, and to Sarah, Natasha, Christopher, and Co-op UK's very own Isla. So it's lunchtime. We've got until 1:40. Please be back in the room by 1:40 for our next session, which is the role of co-ops in the housing crisis. Just to say, this room's going to be shut for the next while we have some rehearsals going on for something that's happening later on. When the doors are open, you'll be able to come back in, but please make the most of our exhibitors and go and visit them, have some lunch, and we'll see you shortly.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the penultimate session of Congress today. Really important, you know, along our themes of broken things. I think we're all very aware of the housing crisis we've got here in the UK. And we heard that challenge as well from Andy Burnham earlier, that he's keen to know what the cooperative options are. I've not had a chance to talk to you about this, Blaise, but I was in Vienna a couple of months ago, and if you're Viennese, you're able to live in the city affordably because it's regulated by 40% housing co-op. So we're here to learn, understand, see what we can take away from today, and over the moon to have with us the Chief Exec of our Federal Cooperative and Community Housing, Blaise Lambert. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rose. I'm Blaise Lambert. I'm the Chief Executive of the Confederation of Co-operative Housing. I'm also the Treasurer of Cooperative Housing International, which is the ICA's sector body for housing globally, and I'm also an ICA board member. What I'm going to talk about very briefly is the key asks that we published in our election manifesto a couple of months ago before we knew the date of the election. We've had our ideas formed up for a little while, shall we say. So I'm going to just introduce the headline asks within our manifesto, and then we're going to come to our speakers today, who are going to tell you about their practical experience within their organisations and communities. Our manifesto splits into two key component parts. Firstly, looking at what actions are we calling on the next government to take to help grow the cooperative housing sector in the UK. I think it's fair to say, as Rose has just touched on, that in many of our neighbouring European countries, cooperative housing is much more of a mainstream housing option. And there are a variety of reasons why that's the case that I won't go into today, otherwise I'd take far too much time. But the headline asks relating to cooperative housing, there's three of them here. Firstly, what we don't have in the UK is we don't have a bespoke legal form of tenure for cooperatives. There is no such thing as a cooperative tenancy. That is not the case in other countries. It is the case in this country. It means that essentially what our members do is they dodge around landlord and tenant legislation that is not really created from member-based organisations. So our first ask, and this actually picks up on something that the Labour Party were pushing as a private members bill a number of years ago, which is the need for a Cooperative Housing Act to create a form of tenure that will place cooperative tenants on the same secure footing as other social housing tenants in this country. Secondly, the current government introduced a raft of community rights a number of years ago in their Localism Act, but they don't really do the job when it comes to making available land and buildings for cooperatives to develop, because they have a 6-month window, and quite frankly, the idea that a community group will come together, form, establish a business plan, put the finance in place, bid for the site within 6 months is not realistic. It doesn't work. The principle is good, but we need more than a 6-month window to get it all together from scratch. What they have in other countries like Switzerland is a presumption in favour that when public land and buildings are being disposed of, first they are offered to the cooperative and community sector ahead of the private sector. And that sort of presumption in favour would create the opportunity for the cooperative movement not only to develop homes, but to develop other forms of community business on those sites as well. And thirdly, access to finance, not just a housing issue, an issue right across the cooperative economy, particularly in new start-up ends of things. So again, calling on government to invest in a financial intermediary to provide access to low-cost capital finance for cooperative housing organisations that currently are priced out of the market by a combination of the risk appetite of lenders and institutional investors and the fact that many of the competitor organisations, be that private house builders or the very largest housing associations, have long established track records of building homes in this country. So lenders view them as lower risk. The second part of our manifesto looks more broadly across the social housing piece at enhancing resident empowerment, spreading the principles of cooperation into the local authority and housing association sectors. Local authority tenants since 1993 have had a legal right to establish management cooperatives to take over the management of their council estates. There are currently just over 250 of these co-ops in council housing, managing just over 120,000 homes. No such right exists if you're a housing association tenant. And so the first thing that we're calling on is a level playing field is created for housing association tenants to have the same rights to establish management cooperatives as local authority tenants have. Secondly, we've been delivering the government's resident empowerment programme across the entire social housing sector for the last 18 months. We called it 4 million homes. They originally called it the Resident Opportunity and Empowerment Grant Programme, but when I looked at the letters of that, it's spelt ROEG, which was a bit close to Rogue, and I didn't fancy delivering the Rogue programme. So we rebranded it the 4 Million Homes Programme because there's 4 million social homes in England. And it's been a very successful programme, and we want government to continue to invest in that. It's a programme that provides information to residents about their rights and responsibilities. And thirdly, the current government abolished the very infant national tenant voice that was established between 2008 and 2010. We're not necessarily calling for a resetting up of what was previously set up, but we do think there is strong reasons why an independent resident voice for social housing tenants is very important. That will amplify residents' concerns both nationally and locally so that all residents are heard, voices are heard by policymakers and landlords. So there's my details if any of you are particularly interested in contacting me. I'll leave them for a second. Now I'm going to walk back over here and introduce our panellists. So, first of our panellists today is Casey Edwards. Casey is from Compass in Wales. So you are the community-led housing programme manager at Compass, and you work on the Communities Creating Homes programme. This is funded by the Welsh Government and the Nationwide Foundation. Can you tell us a little bit about the scheme, about the project, and the other work that Compass is doing in the community and cooperative housing environment?
Yep, no problem. Thanks, Blaise. So like Blaise says, I'm Casey. I'm from Compass, which is a cooperative development agency working across Wales. We were formerly known as the Wales Cooperative Centre, so you might have come across some of my colleagues, I'm sure, at a congress in the past. We've been going for over 40 years, and our heart is very much in the cooperative and community sector. So we help to set up and to grow cooperative structures, social enterprises, and sort of community businesses. We do a lot of work around community shares as well, and also helping people digitally to get online, and also helping people to set up care co-ops. So we're a national organisation and have various different programmes within Compass. I work specifically on the Communities Creating Homes programme, like Blaise said, which is funded by the Welsh Government and the Nationwide Foundation, and we are Wales's community-led housing hub. It's funded, like I said, by the Welsh Government, and they are great supporters of cooperative and community-led housing. It's written into the programme for government, and there's cross-political party support for cooperative housing. So we, as a programme, we provide advice and support to community groups who want to set up housing co-ops and other forms of community-led housing. And we like to say that we provide support from conception of an idea to then completion of the homes. Very importantly for us, those homes have to be affordable. Obviously, because we're funded by the Welsh Government, any communities that we support have to actually be providing affordable housing. And we've had commitment from our Cabinet Secretary for Housing. So just as a sort of, in terms of context, housing is a devolved issue. So obviously the Welsh Government have powers over housing in Wales. And in terms of that affordability, the Cabinet Secretary has committed to community and cooperative housing being included in their targets to provide 20,000 social homes by 2026, which is when our next Welsh election is. And just another piece of sort of context, there's never been any sort of large-scale capital funding for community-led housing in Wales like there has been in England and across the UK. So our communities are having to find very innovative solutions to actually getting these projects off the ground. But that's what we're there for, is to help them along that way. What the Welsh Government have done recently is give some pre-development finance for one of our groups, which is we're seeing as a bit of a game changer for the sector in Wales, and hoping that that will set a precedent for further groups coming forward. And that funding is for a part self-build project in Swansea, which is in South Wales, and they're providing 14 affordable homes for local people. So we're really hoping that that can stimulate the sector in Wales. And just to give an idea of the scale of the sector, we're supporting around 38 groups across Wales to develop a pipeline of 276 affordable homes. And obviously that probably sounds like a drop in the ocean to some of the numbers that we have in terms of cooperative and community-led housing across England. But for us, obviously, it's a sort of a growing movement, and I do think that once a couple of these schemes get off the ground and built, then we'll see an influx of more of these projects coming forward. So that's a little bit about Compass and what we do.
Thank you, Casey. So if I can ask a question. So what do you see the benefits that are coming through the Communities Creating Homes programme, both for the tenants themselves, but also the broader community?
Yeah, no problem. I think obviously affordability, we have a big focus on affordability, so being able to provide affordable housing is obviously a massive tick in terms of being a benefit. But I think for us, what we're realising is some of those wider, softer benefits that you might say. So we did some research back before the pandemic now in terms of some of the softer benefits that people were experiencing from living in cooperative and community-led housing. And what we found was people were less isolated, they were less lonely, they had more confidence to maybe go out and speak to their neighbours, even more confidence to go out and find work potentially, or volunteering. And also, obviously, they're learning new skills as well as they're developing these enterprises. So there's definitely wider benefits than just, you know, some of the typical benefits that might come to mind when you think about affordable housing. And then we again did some research during the pandemic, and what we found was that people living in these housing schemes felt more secure. They felt like they had obviously a say over their tenancy. They weren't as worried about their sort of rent arrears and things like that. And obviously they felt part of a supportive community that, you know, were maybe shopping together, or obviously perhaps socialising together a bit more than you were able to as a, you know, just a sort of standard resident in a neighbourhood. So I think for me, it's some of those softer benefits that are really that's, you know, speak the words essentially. It's not just about the affordability. And in terms of the wider community, I think perhaps sometimes people have seen housing co-ops or community-led housing as quite insular, and obviously they're just sort of providing homes for themselves. But I think the majority of the groups that we work with are always looking to provide either services or facilities for the wider community, and really want that open, you know, the wider membership rather than just a sort of insular community looking out for themselves. So I'd say those are the benefits.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to introduce Claude Hendrickson, MBE. Claude, you're here representing Leeds Community Homes and People Powered Homes Leeds. However, your involvement in this sector stretches back more than mine does, right back into the 1980s. Can you tell us how, where, and why you started getting involved in cooperative housing, and specifically about, you know, the journey that you took into community-led self-build?
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon. My story, it started 1988. But I think it started a little bit before that, because I'm a child of the Windrush generation. My parents came here in the late 50s. So I lived in that time where there was no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. And housing was a fundamental. And we watched our parents going from slum landlord to slum landlord as we was coming through as young children. So later on in life, as single black men, and when it comes to the waiting list within housing, men are always, especially if you're single men, you're at the bottom of the list, and if you're an ethnic minority, you're at the bottom of that list. So what we decided as a group was to take on solving our housing issue whilst getting skills, as you mentioned, soft skills like employment and training. So we set about setting up Frontline Self-Build, which was a group of 12 unemployed young black men, and we built our own houses. We laid 92,000 blocks, 52,000 bricks, 8,000 roof tiles, built 12 semi-detached houses, which went on in building them to set me up to go out and lobby. So for the last 30 years, I've been lobbying for community-led housing, to why I last year received the MBE for my work around community-led housing. And I only mention that because Blaise threw it in at me. But yeah, so I've been involved in community-led housing back in 1994, setting up the communities, being a founder member of the Community Self-Build Housing Agency, which was based in Bristol. And at that time, later on, we did some projects with ex-veterans, because what we realized was that more than 50% of all homeless men are actually ex-veterans. And they'd served the country, but now they'd fallen on bad luck. So in Bristol, we did a number of projects. I've then gone on to meet Blaise on the community-led advisor training course. I've now become the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Associate with Leeds Community Homes and People-Powered Homes, and he mentioned as well the 4 Million Homes programme. I'm the EDI trainer on that. So I've continued over the last 30 years to bang that drum for people-led, being involved in solving their own housing issues. So yeah, I'd like to leave it there. I'll come to the next question.
Well, the first question that I'll ask then is, how easy did you find it to get your project up and running back in the 80s?
I don't know. I think, and I say this after traveling around Europe and visiting other things, is that there were a lot of barriers. It's almost like, the first question was asked, why do you want to do it? Why do you want to solve your own problem? Why don't you just wait in a queue for somebody else to solve it for you? So yeah, I think for me, the biggest thing was, number one, they had a really negative perception of black ethnic minority men at that time. And I wanted to prove them wrong, so I wanted to prove we could be invested in, we could deliver a project, and we could use the finance right. So that was that. I'm very much a pusher against the grain, and what I realized living in a predominantly disadvantaged community, because I often say one of the first things I had to learn as a young black man growing up in England was the difference between Irish people, English people, Welsh people, and Scottish people, because there is a difference. And and meeting Blaise again, I keep coming back to this because I've had very strong relationships with Irish people, because they seem to have suffered a lot of the issues that we had to deal with.
And I think, picking up on what you just said there, and it's certainly in housing in the UK, and for cooperative housing, this is a real challenge in the UK. Is there is this perception in the UK that if you can afford to buy, you buy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, somebody else is going to provide you with a home.
Yeah.
Either that's a private landlord or a social landlord, but ultimately somebody else is going to do it for you. And pushing against that, which is something that in so many other European countries that just isn't the case. People don't ask that question. It's something that's an established norm So I very much recognise that narrative as well. In terms of self-build itself, what are the broader benefits that you found beyond just having, creating somewhere to live? What are the broader benefits that came from being on that self-build journey, so to say, for you?
Confidence, self-respect, but actually all the self-builders gained construction skills. The plan was that when we finished the project, we would tender for work and give other people the opportunity to be employed. So there was it was a stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and 30 years on, many of them young guys that were young then, and myself included, who are now older, are now in the construction industry, employing other people and still delivering construction work. So 30 years on, we've got a strong legacy. And that legacy in Leeds has gone on to support other housing initiatives in Leeds, Chaco, which is a co-housing project that just finished, Canopy Housing, Latch Housing, Lilac in Leeds. All of them were projects that came after what we did with Frontline Self-Build.
That's great. So I'm going to move on now to our third speaker today.
How am I going to follow that?
Well, I shall build you up. Jamie Barakada is the chair of Belgrave Neighbourhood Co-operative Housing Association, which is the largest social housing cooperative in England. I think you've got just under 400 homes. Your former chair, Chantal Al-Makwana, used to argue with me about who had the biggest co-op when I lived in Brent in a co-op with 450 properties. My former co-op doesn't have that many anymore, so I suppose Belgrave won out in the end. Yeah. Jamie is the newest member of CCH's board, and I'm really pleased that you've joined CCH's board just a month ago. Yeah. And looking forward to you playing a really important role over the coming 3 years initially as a board member. So Jamie, I understand that you've got a background in the public sector, in working in social services, but recently, you've become more active and prominent in your housing co-op, and you're now the chair. Do you want to tell a bit about the story and the journey?
So I'm going to be reading, so I'm really sorry, everyone. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I've worked in various social services departments over 25 years with Leicester City Council. My role went from developing services to planning and commissioning for people with physical and sensory disabilities and those from ethnic minority communities. What I saw and experienced was a huge gap in understanding and delivering of relevant services. There was little understanding of issues or barriers that people face with disabilities, and lack of, I have to say, pretty bad lack of understanding and sensitivity towards people's needs with ethnic minorities. There was a real learning curve for the local authorities as to how little they actually understood about the people they were supposedly serving, and it's really not until a lot of these issues were highlighted, whether that was done through community consultation, whether that was actually done through places of worship you went to, or local centres that were running, and actually talking to people and finding out about the services that were lacking, was when a lot of those issues started to be highlighted. I'm not saying that they've got it right, we're still nowhere near getting it right, but hopefully we're going in the right direction. I noticed we've even got Cynthia Trust here today, so people like Cynthia Trust are doing some amazing work out there with a lot of the diverse communities. I was also involved in delivering race awareness training to local authority staff to try and help bridge a gap there. Basically, after all this, I'd become really unwell and retired on medical grounds, and it was only after retiring on medical grounds I got involved in my own housing co-op. And it was at a time that we were facing various challenges. I very soon found out that BNCHA was being mismanaged with poor governance, neglect to carry out essential repairs, lack of communication, integrity, tenant members, completely no transparency or accountability. we're at a point where we actually nearly lost the co-op. And especially when Blaise says that, you know, the history of BNCHA is so rich, it came from a place, and Claude has just reminded me as well, we started 50 years ago, and 50 years ago, Mr. Makwana, amazing gentleman, and if I can even follow in his footsteps like 20%, I'd be really chuffed with myself. But it was literally like a whole group of people that had been expelled from Uganda at the time, and City Council were basically demolishing a whole load of properties. Mr. Makwana actually got involved, the properties were bought, and that's where BNCHA was born. And he did actually do some amazing work. Sadly, he passed away. It was about 12, 15 years ago he passed away. And it was after he passed away, the whole co-op kind of crumbled, sadly. So anyway, I kind of got talked into joining the committee at the time. Didn't know anything about housing co-ops, didn't know anything about being on a committee. So it wasn't long after that I actually got taken on as the role of the chair. So that was pretty crazy, yeah. So I was literally just kind of thrown in running. But one of the first things I suppose I thought about when we came in was like, okay, why are we not talking to our tenant members? You've got a community there, and all right, I'll be honest, the first thing I did was Google what a cooperative meant. There was loads of things that came up on like Google, and it was on Google, you're going, wow, okay, this is about a community from my understanding. And if it's about a community, why are we not talking to the community? So literally, I remember taking Rupal, who's now our member engagement officer, but at that time, she was my best friend and she still is. But we literally went door knocking to all the tenant members. So when nearly 400 properties, we're door knocking. And we're going, hi guys, this is who I am. Tell me who you are. Tell me what your issues are. Tell me what the co-op means to you. Do you even know? Most of our tenant members didn't know who their landlord was. And that's something 3 years on, we're still working on. So as far as their landlord was concerned, it was the service provider. So then you're trying to explain, and that's kind of like the last 3 years has been a lot about bringing that education about and kind of saying to people, this is your cooperative, this is what it means to be a cooperative member. But anyway, so the active membership strategy was the first thing that we started. I can happily and quite proudly say that CCH basically gave us the award for the active membership strategy in 2022, so that was pretty cool. We have employed various methods to engage with our members, including door knocking, surveys, workshops, day events, activities. We also hold regular policy sessions where people get to actually say what they want in their policy, how they want their housing cooperative to be run. One of the things that we found, because we do a lot of social media, so we put everything we do, it can be whatever it is, but everything's on Twitter, everything's on Facebook. We actually ended up having local community members kind of arguing with us to kind of say, well, why weren't we invited to this? Why weren't we invited to this? And it's like, especially policy sessions. And it's hard to kind of explain, well, actually, this kind of is more relevant for our tenant members. But then when you're thinking about it, it was kind of like, well, we're part of that community. So should we maybe not be involving community members in as well? And they don't necessarily have to be tenant members. So a lot of our work that we do now also carries the community with us. Our approach has been empowering our members with knowledge and information and how cooperatives should be run. Also, this is also following on from like a lot of the poor governance that we'd had before. So it's kind of just educating people to say this is what a cooperative is, this is what it represents, this is your role in a cooperative, this is how you play your part. We've got, I'll try not to waffle, okay, because I always do this, I write a script and then I never follow it. Beyond communication, we've initiated several community projects that strengthen both our co-op and the Belgrave community at large. And we do try everything we try and do, we kind of involve the community with us. So at the moment, this is something that we're really proud of. We, in partnership with an organisation called Reaching People, we set up the Belgrave Food Hub. It's the only type, only one of its kind in Belgrave, and that's quite a large area of the city, which is also quite financially challenged. So the Belgrave Food Hub is a resource for members and the wider community, providing essential food supplies. We've got the community garden that we set up in partnership with Rutland Wildlife Trust, and they've been amazing with that. So again, that's just been about bringing people together, building confidence, growing food, and just enjoying nature. And we did, a couple of weeks ago, we've had a fantastic pond put in as well. So yeah, and I'm an animal lover, so it's attracting nature in as well. We've got our ECTA sessions. They started as the Warm Spaces Initiative. That's now turned into a regular meet and greet group, and ECTA basically means oneness, it means unity, so it's just about bringing the community together. And I'll mention that a bit further on as well, because we had, most people probably remember, we had the Leicester disorders last year, and it was really sad, so we had quite a few of our tenants kind of approach us saying, I don't know if you're aware of it, so, but anyway, we had quite a lot of the tenant members approach us saying, as a housing cooperative, what are you likely to do? So we basically set up something called the Belgrave Unity Project, and that was just about bringing lots of community service providers together and just giving people a voice. So it was about bringing the voice up from bottoms up rather than authorities up there telling the communities how it should be resolved. It was about getting the communities to basically talk about how they wanted to resolve this issue. I'm going to shut up now, but yeah.
Thank you, Germany.
Sorry.
So we see stories in the news all the time about the UK housing crisis. Indeed, I've been in this sector, the broader housing sector in this country for 27 years, and I think I've constantly heard about housing crises, constantly heard about how many homes we should be building but aren't, constantly heard about the number of street sleepers there are. These are not issues that go away, they're issues that keep coming back in different forms. Affordability crises, demand crises, build crises, and yet if we keep on trying to do the same things again and again and again, are we surprised that we keep getting the same outcomes here? You know, like I say, I've been doing this 27 years. I'm just hearing the same stories again and again. The numbers are slightly different. Now we need 300,000 homes a year rather than 150,000 homes a year, but it's the same problem. It's just compounded year after year. So Casey, I'll come to you first. What do you think is the potential for cooperatives, for a cooperative solution to the housing problems that we have in this country?
I think for me, the real potential in cooperative and community-led housing is actually meeting that sort of micro-level need in communities. So when, you know, local authorities and governments do their sort of local housing assessments, they say the figure of this many homes are needed. But actually, when you get into that granular level of need, they aren't actually providing the right homes in the right places for those people. So I think that's where cooperative and community-led housing can really sort of plug the gap, essentially. And when, you know, you think about meeting some, you know, not just geographical communities, but also communities of interest. So, for example, we're working with an LGBTQ plus group at the minute who have traditionally been sort of experienced poor housing across Cardiff City, and they're now actually coming together to provide their own housing and looking at once they've got their first project up and running, expanding to look at providing more housing for people within their community. And a sort of a specifically Welsh problem, I suppose, in terms of the Welsh language and culture. We've seen a massive influx of second homes and holiday lets over the last couple of years. And I think where community-led housing can really help to meet the need of those local communities by just local people having a voice and a choice in how those homes are developed and delivered. So I think that's where the beauty is in community-led housing. And we've recently had some funding from the Oak Foundation to help us to try and look at these specific communities and how we can bring community-led housing, as an option for them. So we're employing a cohort of interns that will be working with traditionally marginalised and minority communities to help them to raise awareness of community-led housing, but also to help think about maybe the barriers that they face for getting involved. So hopefully we can spread the word about community-led housing even further and really sort of help them to meet their own needs then. I think that's where the potential lies.
Okay, anybody? Yeah, Claude?
I think empowering communities to be part of the solution because many times when they talk about and they call it a crisis, it's like the communities are the problem. And it's very much about we can be part of the solution. So with cooperatives and the other forms of community-led houses, we can contribute to help solve the housing crisis. And I think housing is the foundation of communities, and communities need community wealth building, which I heard about in another session about, and cooperatives can be that platform to give communities a chance to be involved in solving their issues. So I think going forward, I think the outlook for me looks very positive with cooperatives, as long as we do engage communities and it's not piped down to them. It's kind of, as was being said earlier, it's a bottom-up approach. We can contribute to help solving this as communities, and I think the cooperative movement is one of the models that can contribute to that.
Okay, I'm going to move along because I'm seeing the clock ticking down here. I was in Amsterdam a couple of weeks ago with colleagues of mine from Sweden. 1 in 5 of every home in Sweden is a co-op home. That number increases in Stockholm to nearer to 1 in 3. Colleagues of mine from Germany, and I'm going to introduce a video in a moment from a colleague of mine who is the president of Cooperative Housing International. And when I was with him in Amsterdam, I said, I'm speaking at Co-op Congress with a panel of colleagues. Could we get a few words from you? And he said, oh yeah, absolutely. What do you want? And so this is what we're going to see briefly now. My colleague Guido Schwarzendahl. He's, as I say, from the German cooperative housing sector. He's from Bauwaren, Halle and Lerner, one of Germany's largest housing cooperatives, with 7,500 homes across 4 cities in Germany. So let's play the video.
A member of the Cooperative Housing International Executive Board, Blaise Lambert, also asked me to give a brief description of the situation for German housing cooperatives. Look back from the past to the here and now. As you know, housing cooperatives in Germany are a large sector and a reliable pillar of social housing provision. More than 2,000 cooperatives, quite a big number, with more than 2 million flats, are really a proud number today. These cooperatives are well established and enjoy a high level of social recognition. However, as providers of rental housing, they are also in competition with municipal and privately financed providers of social housing. This is unproblematic in tight housing markets, as for example in Berlin or Hamburg, but not always easy in relaxed housing markets, as for example my hometown here, Halle, in the former Eastern Germany. This is because the advantages of memberships are noticeable in tight markets, but more neglected in relaxed markets. And like all housing providers, the cooperative associations are fighting for land, financing and subsidies in an increasingly competitive environment. As construction costs are rising, interest rates are rising, and our customers' ability to pay rent is shrinking rather than growing due to the noticeable inflation. Added to this are stricter building standards, decarbonization as a result of climate change, and the second wave of refurbishments to existing properties. New cooperatives cannot be founded in any significant number as a result, but they would be important as a reliable pillar in the ever-shrinking supply of affordable and high-quality housing in our time. In view of this experience, it is more important to continue to promote the housing cooperative model everywhere, at all times, and with vigor. We are an important part of the solution to close the gap between demand and supply, the service of our members, sustainable and future-orientated. May I wish you a successful event. My best wishes from Germany, and here's to good cooperation and cooperatives worldwide. Goodbye.
So I'm going to ask one quick question of the panel before I open the mics up to the floor for a brief couple of moments. Just very quickly, maybe Casey, I'll come to you first. One thing, what do you think the next UK government should do to help the growth of cooperative housing in the UK?
Yeah, no problem. I've got 3 things quickly.
Okay.
And very similar to your manifesto, actually. We'd love to see an affordable revolving loan fund for the cooperative and community-led housing sector in Wales. Obviously, that could be a decision the Welsh Government would make, but obviously, depending on who the government is in Westminster, it might benefit us to get that through. Better access to land. We'd love to see improved community ownership rights across Wales, like Isla was saying earlier, in terms of that community spirit in Scotland. We'd love to see legislation that empowers communities to take ownership of land and assets to bring affordable housing forward. And for us, planning is a massive issue in Wales, just in terms of the resources that local planning authorities have, and their just general lack of awareness of community-led housing. So I think that sort of lack of awareness and awareness-raising activity is really important across the piece to make sure that everyone's aware and sort of it knows about the benefits of community-led housing.
For me, the most important thing is to promote cooperatives generically, and cooperatives should not just be promoted to people in disadvantage. We should probably be promoting cooperatives right across the board. So no matter what finance you've got, no matter where you live, cooperative living should be promoted, or cooperatives should be promoted. So I'm hoping that with this government, they're going to promote the whole energy of cooperatives right across the board. It's not just about people living in disadvantaged communities. It's right across the board. So that would be my thing.
More money.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm just picking up on what you were saying, Claude. I mean, you know, I often use the expression, you know, cooperation's for everyone.
Yeah.
And the thing for me that's held us back in housing in this country is that we've seen cooperative housing as only being for a very, very narrow part of the population. And it tends to be the people on the lowest incomes. You know, we don't see this in the way that they do in other countries.
In Europe.
In Europe, in North America, cooperation is an option for everyone in their housing and their community, not just the sort of fallback position when everything else has failed. Oh, let's try cooperation in that area, see if that will work. I'm going to open up the opportunity for 2 quick questions because I'm mindful of the time and I have 2 hands up, which is great. So I'm going to come to yourself first. There's mics coming round.
Is this on? I didn't hear anything in the asks or the suggestions about regulation of housing. Is that all perfect? Doesn't need any amendment at all to be best for cooperatives?
Okay. Anybody want to say anything about regulation?
Whoa. Regulation. I think the regulation, I mean, there's a lot of that being spoke about within the CCH and the other strands of community-led housing and community land trust. So it's been discussed, and I think under the 4 million homes, there was a recent announcement about regulations, and how did that go?
Well, I think I'd say that the current government has just passed a very extensive piece of regulation in the social housing sector in this country, the 2023 Social Housing Regulation Act. There is more regulation coming down the line, AWAB's law, Decent Home Standard 2, the Competence and Conduct Standards. I'm not entirely sure that what our sector requires is more regulation. I think there's maybe a case to talk about regulation in the private rental sector and other parts of the housing market more generally. But I think what we need at the moment is more fundamental legislative change and access to land and access to affordable finance. I think the regulatory framework that's in place has had a lot of work done on it in the last couple of years, although it did take a while for that to happen post-Grenfell. I'm going to come to the gentleman with the purple jumper on. Hello.
Hello.
Phil Hartwell, I was just wondering, what does the right to buy legislation, what effect does that have on the cooperative market?
Okay, well, shall I quickly take this and then come to yourself, Casey, maybe? Fully mutual housing cooperatives have an exemption from the right to buy under the 1985 Housing Act. So whilst local authority tenants have a statutory right to buy, and whilst most housing association tenants whose tenants predate the 1988 Housing Act have a right to acquire, there is a specific exemption from right to buy for cooperative housing organisations. So, you know, actually it's something that in certain discussions some local authorities view as a positive issue in terms of supporting cooperative housing is that exemption from right to buy. Casey, maybe say something about the Welsh situation?
Yeah, no problem. So the Welsh Government suspended the right to buy a number of years ago, so it's not really an issue for us anymore, which is obviously great. And in terms of the regulation question as well, we've done a lot of work in Wales around the regulation of private landlords recently and brought in a new Renting Homes Wales Act in terms of the standards that private landlords are actually expected to meet. So I'd agree with Blaise on that, you know, that sort of regulation of private landlords is the priority.
And for me, the right to buy, I think the mistake made with the last tranche of right to buy was that there should be a right to then sell back to the community rather than sell out to a potential purchaser. So I think there should be a right to resell back into community rather than sell externally.
I'll be taking that one. So, thank you all very much. I hope you've enjoyed today's session. I'd like to ask that you show appreciation to our three panellists in the usual manner, and I can see Rose coming forward to move us along.
Just to say, final break of the day. We want you back in here for 3 o'clock for the youth takeover, please. And as well, can we thank Blaise Lambert? That was a great session. Thank you. Ready for me? For those of you that are regulars at Congress, you know I always do this, which is to say how impressed I am that you've made it to the final session of Congress, and like to get a photo of everybody who made it to the final session. So if you don't want to be photographed, duck, but everybody else, if you can give us a wave and Jazz will take it.
Brilliant, do not blink.
Thank you. We've made it to the final session, and I am delighted to welcome back Debbie White, Chair of Co-op Group, who's put in a stint and a half today. Thank you so much, Debbie. Back from last year's Youth Summit, the wonderful Chief Exec of Co-op Foundation, Nick Crofts, and he's also brought from the Young Game Changers Fund, Victor and Maya. Over to you, Debbie.
Thank you. So we're going to do a couple of things in this next session. We're going to hear from Nick and our fantastic game changers here, what they've been up to and what's going on. And then I'm going to share a few reflections from the Young People Forum next door. And I'm actually going to go and talk to some of the people who have joined us all day today, and to get their reflections and their guidance to us to how we engage all cooperators of whatever age. So I'm going to hand over to Nick, and he will talk a little bit about where we're up to with the Co-op Foundation. Thanks, Nick.
Fabulous. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you for the wonderful invitation to come back. This is 2 years on the trot that I've been booked for the Youth Summit. So obviously I'm doing something right. As we heard, I'm the Chief Exec at the Co-op Foundation. We are proud to be the charity of the cooperative group. We are a grant maker and a campaigning organisation, and in this last few years we've made £19 million worth of grant awards to community organisations and to charities across all of the nations and regions of the United Kingdom. Perhaps that's why I've been booked 2 years on the trot, because we come with money at the Co-op Foundation. We launched our new strategy about 18 months ago, and that strategy had two key components to it. The first one was that we wanted to find a way to meaningfully put our cooperative values and ethos and approach into the way in which we do our grant making. It was really a recognition that philanthropy and cooperation are very different. You can characterize philanthropy as being a handout. You can characterize cooperation as being a hand up. And we wanted to find meaningful and interesting and distinctive ways to bring a cooperative ethos to what we do with our grant making. And for us, that was about giving away power. The funding sector in the UK, very traditional, very staid, very siloed. It's only a slight exaggeration to say that the funding sector in the UK is groups of old, straight, white men, the committee, deciding which organisations are worthy, in inverted commas, of receiving support. That did not feel very cooperative to us. So what we wanted to do was to mobilise the voices of young people and people with lived experience to make decisions about all of the aspects of our organisation's work, and particularly who it is that receives our funding. So power. That was the first component of the strategy. And the second component of the strategy was completely radical, both for us as a grant maker, but also more widely for the funding sector, because we wanted to put funding and training and support directly into the hands of individual young people. So that led us to launch the Young Game Changers Fund. It's a £4.5 million 3-year funding programme designed to put money, but also training, support, advice and guidance directly into the hands of individual young people who've got a brilliant idea to do something amazing in their community. These young people are the activists, campaigners, disruptors, leaders, social entrepreneurs, and of course, co-operators of the future. And the grants are up to £20,000 per year for each individual young person, so a serious amount of money. And of course, what we wanted to do was to marry that approach with the approach about giving away power. So working with our Game Changers delivery partners, the fantastic Global Fund for Children and Restless Development, we built out our youth steering group. And the Youth Steering Group's job was basically to take all of the key decisions about the Game Changers Fund, who would get the money, how it would be distributed across the years, what the application criteria would be, etc., etc. We relied on the lived expertise of young people to take those decisions for us. And before I hand over to some of those young experts, I see the infamous clicker has been dropped next to me, which I think means I've got to do something. There we go. We are in the business of recruiting young people for more of this work. So if you've got any interest in working with the Co-op Foundation, and we pay, of course, it's not right that anybody be expected to work without payment. If you've got any interest in working with us, then do please come and find me, because we're always looking for more young people to guide the work that we do. So with that, I will hand over to the sensational Victor and Maya. A huge round of applause, please.
Okay, so what are we and what does this group, STEM group, essentially do? So the YGF is this fund made of 13 youth activists from around the UK. And we've got diverse lived experiences, but one shared goal, and this is to empower young people into youth social action. And essentially what we did, as Nick mentioned, we sort of spearheaded the core design of Young Game Changers Fund, ensuring specifically that this fund was truly youth-led.
So essentially, how we went about that, we had to establish a collaborative working relationship because none of us really knew each other. We had to work together because, like Nick said, it's cooperative. That's what it's all about. So we did that through various sessions where we developed our knowledge of grant making, philanthropy, governance, and really had a holistic education about what exactly we're trying to do.
Okay, so when we look at the design, this design process of the fund, one big thing for us at the start was to clarify our purpose. And this essentially meant what are our core criteria, what do we want the outcomes to be for this fund? And this sort of led to us specifying our parameters and sort of scoping things like timelines and sort of deadlines and restrictions, but also allowed us and sort of got us to think about establishing questions for the application, which was quite a big part of the design process. And essentially got us thinking, what are the things that we're looking for from the grantees, what are the things we're looking for from the young people which want to bring this in from their communities. And finally, essentially, the question was, how are we ensuring as a steering group that we are empowering youth social action in the UK?
Obviously, once we've designed the fund, we had to allocate the funding. So we did that using the parameters that we set out initially, using group guidelines, using 2 residentials and multiple weekly sessions, rounds of application reviews, using Evaluator software to narrow down application pool size. Then we had to review our guidelines, understand our unconscious and conscious bias, because that's a massive thing in philanthropy and grant making. And we had to communicate our chosen application. It was very much a collective decision. Each application and each funding decision was a collective decision. And then essentially, we had to work out which grantee, which application would truly be youth-led, which truly would create a legacy of community involvement, which truly grassroots-led, that's truly just gonna, empower everybody a part of it. So essentially, a few stats and figures, and we have some 2 case studies that we're going to share a bit afterwards. But we funded over 30 young game changers across the UK, including organisations and individuals in all 4 countries on various topics. So you can see a few here. And we just have 2 case studies to share with you quickly. One of our first case studies is Tess Howard, who founded Inclusive Sportswear. And Tess Howard is a Team GB hockey player and Commonwealth gold medalist. And her organisation is all about everybody belongs in sportswear. It's all about inclusive sportswear. It's about having sportswear that's not hyper-feminine, that restricts movement. It's all about everybody deserves to be in sportswear. And the funding will enable the production of kits and an online learning platform and building like a community of like-minded sports individuals.
Cool. The second one is essentially Fungal CIC, which is led by this wonderful young person called Thomas. And this sort of initiative is quite fascinating, at least when I found it really fascinating, which essentially involves using mushroom cultivation and repurposing urban waste into nutrition. Absolutely fascinating idea, right? And this sort of project aims to create a flagship farm where it looks at increasing the capacity to transform water sustainability. And you have things like biomeditation, absolutely fascinating concepts. Of course, you have community fees, sustainable youth workshops, and the idea of contributing to a more resilient and interconnected community. And I think that is essentially what a lot of the projects which were funded are about. It's not just about the individual young person, it's about really bringing the communities together. And that's why you see things led by young people for young people work so well. Cool, and so this is why youth-led decision-making is important, which I will leave this slide for you guys to digest for a couple seconds, which essentially youth leadership, leveraging your experiences, and all things like this, which essentially us are the steering group thing, which is very important for youth-led decision-making. So.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, I mean, you have to say this is a phenomenal enterprise led by, and I know, other young people, but I am going to ask them some questions, but let's just give them a round of applause for sharing what they've shared. So I've got a few questions, and I'm afraid the first question, this is not really very fair of me, but the first question isn't actually one that I've shared with these guys. So I'm just going to ask you, because, you know, you've been on a journey yourselves personally as well as part of this. So what would be your biggest learnings from having been involved in something like this?
I think one very big thing for me is how diverse perspectives with the come across diverse at start are so powerful. And in our steering group, I've learned a lot, and I really think and talk about this two-way flow of sort of value, where I feel like I give value as a young person with my experiences, but also gain so much value from my peers, so much value from the projects which I even read about. And I think this exchange of values by incredibly different perspectives, merging together into one common goal is what very big thing, which I think is quite key in this case.
That's lovely, thank you.
I think for me, I don't know, I would say maybe just how complicated the whole process is. That sounds bad, but it's also a good thing. Like, it's so complex, change making and power shifting, and it's got all these different components. And I think it's kind of beautiful to see it all come together and learning like each different thing that could come together and make a difference. Like we said before, it's a collective effort. You know, like, it's all about bringing every single thing, and I think it's just having that exposure to each part of change making.
Yeah,
I think that's been like the biggest learning journey for me.
Yeah, so there isn't just one magic wand, basically, is what you're saying. There's actually got to be lots of different components that come together. So how did you feel about being involved in a youth-led design process? What were your initial reactions when this was kicked off?
I mean, I think I kind of talked about that idea of two values, so flowing of value. I think it was quite empowering. It's quite inspiring, quite reassuring that we have actually projects, things like this actually beginning to take place. If I kind of humbling as well, I'll say, I mean, of course you have things like imposter syndrome sometimes. I've got 4.5 million out the back of my shoulders. And essentially, sometimes the passion of certain young people sort of relies on my decision. And that's quite a bit of pressure, but I think it's also quite sort of rewarding to be able to actually be in a position to impact young people in such a great way, and being able to essentially impact youth voice in the whole country at this level as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd echo Victor. I think imposter syndrome is a thing that I also experienced, you know, having that pressure and feeling like, who am I to make them decisions? You know, who am I as a young person to say, oh, they should get funding, they shouldn't get funding? But I think as a whole, like, it's been so empowering, like Victor said, like, I feel seen. I feel like my lived experience, you know, it's listened to, not just, okay, it's there, it's not tokenistic, it's not performative. It's like my words, my experiences, everything that all the knowledge that I bring to the table is taken into account and it's used.
Yeah.
And I think that's so empowering. I know it's all about empowerment and power shifting, but it really just makes you feel appreciated. It makes you feel valued, makes you feel trusted. And yeah, I just think it's amazing, like, that we have this opportunity. And I think also just, like, you know, Game Changers Fund, it's a continuous process.
Yeah.
It's so innovative. Like, that's one thing that we love about it. Like, we had this conversation before. Like, it's constantly changing. We constantly bring in learning development in. Next week we have a residential where we're going to, we're going to integrate some of the learning development we've had from the first funding round in, and then talk about, you know, our second funding round, bringing in new members of the steering group. And I think, like Nick said before, if anyone's, you know, interested in it, we've got this QR code there, or just speak to Nick. But yeah, honestly, I think it's amazing.
And to what do you think the impact it's had on you is because you've designed it?
I would say so, definitely. I think the fact that we were sort of the pillars of this fund to quite a big degree was one of big factors which really impacted me, I say. The fact that we're not just sort of a component or a consultation, but actually the pillars and the building blocks of the fund, I think that's very big impact on me.
Yeah. So maybe in summary, how do you think Young Game Chambers Fund is challenging philanthropy and grant making in the UK? How do you think it's changing the landscape? Do you think it's changing the landscape?
I mean, as Nick said, traditionally in the UK, philanthropy is very top-down, it's very traditional. There's almost a white saviorism complex. There is a white saviorism complex. It's all based on donor agendas, it's not about community needs. And that's what YGF is literally challenging. Like, it's, you know, it's young people, it's youth-led, it's grassroots-led, it's, you know, it's got community engagement, it's about inclusivity, it's about innovation, it's about change, it's about constant development, and it's about the people who it's going to. And I think, you know, like, what else can you say?
I mean, I think this youth-centered approach, which I found fascinating, you often have sort of that call of, like, young people, not just the present, but the driving force of the future, right? And the fact that this is so youth-centered means that not only we are sort of supporting young people at the current stage, but we're also building sort of young leaders as well, right? And putting young people in that, or giving the opportunities to young people to actually build themselves. And I personally, as I mentioned, I feel like I've grown a lot as a young person. I mean, I've learned a lot and gained so much experience, but much more, I feel like I've become more of a person which I try to represent, of the people, the young people which I try to represent, and that sort of desire to improve myself is always something which I feel like is important, just not for me, but also for all the young people which I sort of represent in these spaces as well.
Yeah, I think like Nick said, he said, you know, philanthropy typically it's a handout. YGF is a hand up, it really is. I mean, it's participatory grant making. Like, we as young people are making a fund for young people.
Yeah.
It's, you know, we have that knowledge exchange, and like Victor said, we also got a lot out of it. Like, and YGF, you know, it's not just financial support, obviously that's a massive part, but it's also holistic. We give like support offers, we have mentoring, people get connected to networks. You know, it's all about bringing people together, giving people a platform, you know, and just letting them shine. It's like age shouldn't be a barrier to agency, and literally that's what the fund is all about.
I think we have to say these two young people are awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's incredibly inspirational, and I can see that the passion and enthusiasm you've got, but also the care that you're bringing. So thank you. So I'm going to turn now to some young people who were in the forum in the other room that although I'm not under 30, I was actually allowed to go and participate in. And I thought, first of all, I'd sort of give you some of my reflections from actually what I saw and heard on the other side of the wall. And we talked about all sorts of subjects, but I'm just going to give you a couple of the themes that I felt came through. One thing that came through really strongly from the people who participated in the Young People Forum is this need for a collective vision. And I thought that really resonated with me, because we've got to be clear what it is we want to try and accomplish. And quite a few people talked about understanding what their goal was, and actually understanding the goal and having that collective vision got them through the challenging periods, there's difficulties, etc. I think the second thing, which I'm sorry, Rose, I'm going to just put on your plate, I'm afraid, is education. How do we educate about what cooperation and collaboration is all about, and how it is such a powerful alternative business model? And I think, that came through, I think, in almost every conversation that we had next door, the full conversations that we had, the need for education. And then, I think the final thing I'll say is a really clear message about how empowering the people who were next door felt that the nature of working in a cooperative way was. It was empowering to everybody, and not just to a small few or a single person. So a fabulous, fabulous set of conversations. I think we took a little bit of time to warm up in the morning. It was all a bit like, it's like sort of, first day at school sort of feeling, but we got straight into it, I think, in the second round. So I'm now going to come and talk to some of the young people who were very kind to sort of join in with us today. And I feel I've got more responsibility than Rory has here. So the first person I'm going to introduce you to is Rory Scriven. And he is 17 years old. My God, you're doing an amazing job. You haven't even spoken, but and he is the CEO of a charity called Young Changemakers. So we would really love to know, why did you set up the charity and what is its ambitions? Over to you.
Yeah, so I've been involved in all sorts of social action, from social mobility to children's social care, over the past 5 years. And that all really started because I was frustrated that young people aren't being listened to, especially growing up in care, a system that's all about listening to young people. Our voices were in the background. So for me, I'm starting Young Changemakers to make sure that we have more young people on charity trustee boards, becoming school governors, becoming magistrates, and we'll do that through intensive mentoring programs. So we'll give each young person a mentor that's a board recruiter and currently a trustee. Yep. And then we'll also do leadership training as well, and hopefully have a small pot of funding as well for that young person in personal development. So yeah, really passionate about social mobility, coming from a background where there's lots of barriers. Yep. Yeah. But for me, I think we've got a really big diversity issue with charity trustee boards. Like Nick was saying earlier, the funding sector is really traditional, and so are trustee boards. I'm actually going to challenge Nick as well. That's making him very nervous now, about seeing if the foundation can do some work to champion younger trustees on boards, as well as the foundation's own board as well, because it's so important that we reflect and serve the communities that we do. I'm quite lucky as well. I'm a trustee for an arts charity in London, and my employer, who is also a consumer co-op, are really, really supportive of that. And I think that's for a few reasons. Because trusteeship and civic engagement has so many benefits on all sides. For co-ops, it's young people and their employees are really rooted in the community, and it's really cost-effective personal development too. But for young people, it can be an absolute life-changing experience, learning about governance, learning about the charity sector, learning about how our court and justice system works and being empowered by that. So that's why I do it. I know I've gone off on a bit of tangent there.
No, brilliant. No. I think, I would totally agree with you, Rory, actually. And it's one thing that when people come to talk to me about how do they expand their influence, how do they grow in their own personal development, that I absolutely say, actually, joining some sort of trustee board or a school board, or, in your local community, even more, the better. It's a fantastic way, actually, to grow your skill base and actually to learn and connect with different types of people. So that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Rory, for your answer. And I'm now going to move over Alea, and Alea is a youth voice ambassador, and I think what we'd really love to hear from her is how do we listen better and engage better with young people as co-operators. So the floor's yours.
Hi everybody, my name is Aliyah. I first want to start, and forgive me for doing this, I want to first say and challenge this statement that you have on the board, giving youth a voice. Me and Rory, we were talking about it. It's not about giving youth a voice, because young people already have a voice. It's more... It's more about amplifying their voices and giving them a platform to be heard. Could you repeat your question again? Sorry, I just really want...
So can you give us some advice on how we engage with young people better, and particularly about how we listen to them and get engagement from them as co-operators?
All right. So I've been in youth empowerment and been doing youth voice for about 5 years now. And I actually want to answer this question by telling you my story.
Absolutely.
So I first started off with youth voice by discovering my voice. And what some organizations that I volunteered with did is that they gave me the platform for my voice to be heard. You know, I had a passion to be able to raise cultural awareness in predominantly white areas. And the way that they did that was they incentivized us. So they gave us the opportunity to have travel bursaries. They gave us the opportunity to be able to upskill ourselves. So I gained a lot of public speaking skills. I gained a lot of communication skills and how to talk to different people, because it's a skill that a lot of young people still need to learn. And predominantly, I'm going to categorize it in 3 things. It's about seeing them, it's about hearing them, and it's also about taking action with what they're saying. Because I feel like I want to talk about the tokenistic approach that a lot of organizations have. And it's so unfortunate that I have to talk about it, because a lot of organizations do this. And I really want the cooperatives to not do it. So I will say that the way that organizations tokenize young people is by just hearing their voice but not taking the action. I think a lot of organizations really miss out that 3rd step of taking action and doing something with what they've said. You can have your round table, you can have your surveying, but what are you actually doing with my voice?
I think that's a fantastic message. Thank you very, very, very much. Yeah. I think you raise a really good point about what can we do to enable and support people finding their voice. Is a really powerful message, actually, because I totally understand you. You don't always know where your voice is. So, yeah. And now I'm going to move on to Arla, who was also on one of our panels. She's from the Cooperative Bank Scheme, and we're going to ask Arla about what's it like working within a cooperative, particularly one that's well known for its ethics, and how does it make you feel empowered as a young person?
Yeah, so I would say that earlier I mentioned that we put ethics at the heart of everything that we do. What I meant by that was within our work culture, within our kind of everyday decision making, we take everything back to consumer duty, and we take everything back to our ESG proposition, making sure that, you know, nothing kind of goes out of line within that. And sometimes, you know, we think about great ideas, but even if a percentage, a tiny small percentage of that would potentially not benefit the customer in the best way, we have to kind of scrap that away and kind of think of new ideas. I would say, and it's really reflected within the culture of the bank. I feel like the bank has attracted like-minded people over the years, and you know, I can honestly say that the senior people at the bank that I work with really care about us as graduates, and they really care about our progression within the bank. When we started, you know, they still say to us that we're the future of the bank, and they really want to invest in us. And you know, it's so our graduate scheme is very much structured, but it's also based on what we're interested in. And I feel like what you mentioned about amplifying our voices, you know, I would like something more maybe financial. So the bank has offered to support that in the future for me, and I feel like I haven't been listened to, and I am a valued member of staff, and as the future of the bank, I feel like I can add more value, and because they're investing in me, I can invest back into the bank.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Arla. That's and I know one of the reasons Arla joined the Cooperative Bank, because she shared it earlier, was because of the ethics and the different decision making that the bank has. So. Last but no means least, I've come to Jasmine Gardosi, who is the Birmingham Poet Laureate. I've never met a Poet Laureate, so I feel very honoured, Jasmine, to meet you. And as I understand your role, it comes with quite a lot of responsibility to inspire and engage young people across the Birmingham region. So I'm really interested to hear how that's going, and what learnings would you share with us here today? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very, very lucky that, you know, I have the other people around the table who've just spoken to bounce off of and say, how is it going? What they've said about giving young people a voice versus young people already having a voice. Yeah. That's so true, and I see it every day. I work in the poetry community, and I have done for 10 plus years. Everything is DIY. Everything is grassroots, and it's done by young people. We're talking university level upwards. The reason why I am Birmingham Poet Laureate, and I became Birmingham Poet Laureate by the time I was 30, is because of all of the open mic nights and the individual events and small collectives and organizations which are happening by were organized by bright, vibrant young people who come from this city. And it's kind of not a secret that Birmingham used to be the youngest city in Europe. It still is one of the youngest, and it is also super diverse. That's not just a superlative term, it's literally the literal technical term according to the census data, a super diverse city. So we are world leaders in showing what young people from a variety of intersections can do, and the case studies are in, the results are in. We can say that we are awesome, and when given tools, when given empowerment, when given a bit of space, we change a lot, and it is through our own resources, by coming together, by collecting in communities, that I have seen the difference that we make to our city. Yeah.
Brilliant. Round of applause for Jasmine. So I'd like to wrap up by saying there's some really important messages from our young people here today, and from our game changers. And it's incumbent on all of us actually to take them away and work out what we're going to do differently in the next year. At this point, thank you for listening to me. I'm going to hand back to Rose to round us off. Thank you, Rose.
Thank you, Debbie. It was really interesting. We started Congress with a challenge from Nihal Thanayaka for us to listen, and Ali has taken that one step forward and said listen and then do something. So it feels like we've captured from beginning to end what we need to do here. But if you're tired in the last session, because we've had a solid couple of days, I've got to say, my wonderful Cooperatives UK board, they've done another day as well. We've done 3 whole days. We had our board and dinner here on Thursday, and I don't say that lightly. As a chief exec of a cooperative, which is obviously member-led, you can't do anything without the support of your board, and you can't do anything without a strong and focused chair. So I'm delighted to welcome to the stage, for not a first time at Congress by any stretch, but first time as chair of Cooperatives UK, Cheryl Barrett.
Well, thank you for that. And thank you for this event. I'd like to thank all of our CUK staff and organisers. It's been fantastic. all the other cooperative organisers that have chipped in and helped this make it what it is, all the presentations and the presenters, and you've seen how fantastic they were. Let's not forget the hotel staff, because they've been marvellous, and the DJ. And if you didn't get enough last night in here, and I did, but I think I can do a little bit more, because we're going to bring you back on stage just to give you something to go home with, to remember a momentous and fantastic Congress. It's the wonderful Jasmine. I'm going to put my glasses on now so I get this right. Godosi, and members of the newly formed Dance Cooperative Birmingham. Thank you.
Hello. I think we're waiting for our dancers to come back into the conference hall, which is really understandable, because if you're a dancer, you really have to limber up, which is what they've been doing. So whilst they come in, I'm just going to talk really briefly about what it is we're doing. We're just going to perform a piece for you. Is it a poem? Yeah. Is it a dance piece? Yes, also yes. This piece was commissioned by Joe Ind, whom you might know from yesterday, of West Midlands Combined Authority. Hey guys, how you doing? Limbered up? Fantastic. So we didn't know what this would become. We were just asked to create a piece about the West Midlands Combined Authorities focus on co-ops, and what came out was this piece. We as a dance and poet combination have never worked together before. So what I love about this is it's a beautiful example of how two completely different disciplines can work together, and isn't that the ethos, really? Yes, yes, isn't that completely the ethos of people from all sorts of worlds and places and disciplines coming together to make something that's greater than the sum of its parts. So we really enjoyed making this piece, and I hope you enjoy hearing it. Yes, there's some poetry, yes, there's some dance, there's a little bit of beatbox in there too. There is one part which hopefully will become obvious to you, and we'd like you to just join in with a bit of a... Let's practice. We want you to be part of it. Yeah. Yeah, lovely. We're just testing your sense of rhythm. We're good. Fantastic. Hope you enjoy. When a hand comes to know, it's part of a limb, that its wrist and its forearm work with it in sync. When a finger learns that it's 10 of a kind, when all of them join to be led by one mind. If your knuckles come together, look how they make a fist. The closer they sit on your palm, the tighter they grip. If the right hand knows there's a left, it understands its role. And when they work as one, that's when they take a hold. If muscles are part of a group, they learn when to push and to pull. Veins know where they are in the flow, the more consistent the pulse. And your heart is a part of a system. If your vessels are links in a chain, your body will find its own rhythm. If your gut is one of two brains, what if one of us can be the limb, when another of us needs the hand? What if one of us can be the whole backbone? And what if that means we can all take a stand, so be part of it? so we don't stand alone. Be part of it. So we keep on improving, be part of it. There's a body we belong to, so be part of it and start a movement. Be part of it. 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 Look how we duck and we weave. Be part of it. Through all the cuts and the freezes. Be part like the palms so they catch when we fall. Be part like the shoulder to lean on. Be part of it and harmonize our hand and our eye. Be part of the teamwork and also the timing. Be part of the spirit. We have what it takes to outmaneuver the giants.
Thank you so much. That was brilliant and a great way to end our Congress. That really is the end now. Thank you, all of you, for being here. I do have a few thank yous. I'd like to thank our sponsors, the Cooperative Bank. And we also had our sponsors last night, Central Co-op for sponsoring the International Supper, and as well Scott Mead for sponsoring the drinks reception. I'm trying to find my notes. I think I've got entirely different ones. Who I did want to sponsor, there's been loads of lovely comments throughout actually Congress where people have said, well done, Rose, believe you me, I am nothing without that Cooperatives UK team at the back there. They've done an absolutely tremendous job. So thank you so much. And actually, from our Cooperatives UK, our event producer, Shirley, who I'm sure you've all seen Shirley running about, stepped in when Leonie, who I'm sure you've also seen as well, went on maternity leave last year. Shirley leaves us now to become a freelancer. She's not going properly, but we'd want to say a huge thank you to Congresses, 2 youth forums and 2 practitioners forums. Thank you for being our producer. We have the same production team every year, and they are wonderful, and apparently they say we're as wonderful to work with as we think they are. So can again say thank you to Steve, Michael and all the team at Cubes who've run all the production for us. It's been great. Most importantly, yourselves are our members, many of which have been speakers and all the speakers. And when we started yesterday, Grace Blakely, before we came on the stage, said, "You don't seem very nervous, Rose. You're about to do your big flagship event." And I said, "I'm not." And she said, "I never have this conversation. Why are you not nervous?" I said, "Because it's not my event. It's your event. And it's only what we can make it. So we can put everything in place. But if you don't get involved, if you don't have those conversations, and if you don't make it what it is, we're nothing without our members." So can you all give yourself and the speakers a big round of applause as well? Thank you. So please, in the final stages, hashtag Co-op Congress on social media. If you've got any photos to share with us, on the QR code, there is the evaluation. For those at the AGM, you'll know we really take that evaluation and we do listen and we do act on it, so if you can do that. And then the final thing is that we do have a little drinks reception now. So we've got free drinks just over in the bar for those that haven't got a train to get immediately. Thank you so much. Co-op Congress 2024. Job done. Thank you.